funding will help potentially address that and hopefully get the city back into compliance. But as it stands, there's a risk of
Thank you.
litigation. Thank
This has concluded your time. Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Katrinsky, followed by James Ferguson, followed by Paul Garibay.
Good morning, council members. My name is Matt Kostrinsky. I'm here on behalf of AFSCME Local 127. I want to give an employee perspective on this, is that not only were employees impacted by the storms that we saw that have continued personally at their homes, but also the work they had to then do afterwards. They were there in the trenches, literally in the trenches, digging out people, trying to make sure that they were protected from future storms. If we put the funding ahead of time, it's more cost savings besides that. And the pressure that's put on those employees to try to do this, because they knew that some of them were actually directly impacted, and they also knew that many of their coworkers were impacted. So I think it's imperative for the city to support this tax, to make sure that we're properly funding for the residents, but also the employees on the back end. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Ferguson, and you have been ceded time by Sam Drummy. If Sam could raise their hand. Oh, 2D. Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Garibay, followed by Michael Zuchet, followed by Johnny Gutierrez.
Good morning, council members. I'm Paul Garibay. I'm the Vice President for AFSCME Local 127 and Work and Fleet Operations. I wanted to thank President Elo Rivera for your comments when others at the last Rules Committee tried to throw us under the bus. It's good to hear your words and others on the council speaking to us for employees. Everyone within the city is aware of the horrible consequences when the city didn't keep up with the stormwater maintenance. People were hurt physically, homes and businesses were destroyed, including my own AFSCME Local 127 members. Through it all, my union brothers and sisters go to work around the clock in terrible weather, trying to clean up and safeguard against the next rainstorm. It was almost like shoveling sand out of a hole, but we made it work. We should not allow this to happen again, and it's not right for those impacted or the city crews who then have to do the actual work. The city needs to be proactive in their work. The short-sightedness of deferred maintenance or doing only some of the work is a losing strategy. We know we have stormwater work. We know it will require continuous work.
Thank you. This does conclude your time. Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Zuchet, followed by Johnny Gutierrez, followed by Andrea Guerrero.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. I'm Michael Zuchet, representing the San Diego Municipal Employees Association. MEA strongly supports this measure and supports your work to put this measure on the November ballot. We support it for all the reasons articulated by staff and other speakers this morning. We also agree with Council President Pro Tem LaCava's comments at the March 20th Rules Committee meeting that supports, and we support, and we believe the citizens of San Diego understand and support the need for both a general revenue measure for neighborhoods, for roads, for infrastructure, for public safety, for libraries and parks, and the need for a dedicated measure specifically for stormwater, it has the biggest need, it has the longest need as articulated by staff, and the biggest deficit. And people understand the need for both the general measure and the specific measure. We appreciate your leadership on this. We appreciate the work of the city attorney on this.
Thank you. This does conclude your time. Thank you. Our next speaker is Johnny Gutierrez, followed by Andrea Guerrero, followed by Connor Robbins.
Hey, good morning, everybody. So my grandma lived in the South Crest, Shelton area for 50 years. I actually lived in the area about a few years ago. Definitely seen the impact on what's going on. And, unfortunately, it's heartbreaking to see a lot of these families, not only in a situation where they can't win, but of course now it's a huge impact towards future generations. I feel that in my heart, we definitely need to do something to prevent this again. Ever since, the storm happened, I pray that nothing happens again as far as flooding, or it gets even worse, or gets to the point where people are just left to know what they have to do for, their future situations. I feel like I strongly support this ballot, not only for future generations, but of course for accountability for kids to see that, the city will not only take care of us, but the communities as well. So thank you guys so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrea Guerrero, followed by Connor Robbins, followed by Lisa Morris.
Good morning, council members. I'm Andrea Guerrero, Executive Director of Alliance San Diego and a District 3 resident. I support the ballot measure as proposed, and I thank Shawnee Lo Rivera. I also want to thank Joe LaCava for their leadership on this issue, and Vivian for your steadfast support in the community. This is an opportunity to move the city forward, take a giant leap, restore trust, build equity, and take us into the future to a place where climate resiliency is the name of the game. We support a measure that would fully fund the stormwater infrastructure that we need. In 2018, the city auditor raised the red flag and said that 100% of the infrastructure across all 9 districts of the city would fail if we didn't invest. This is our opportunity to do so, and do so by having everyone pay their fair share. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Connor Robbins, followed by Lisa Morris, followed by Allison Dressel.
Good morning, Council. I'm Connor Robbins, the Chief Steward of Teamsters Local 911, representing San Diego Lifeguards. I'm here to express our support for the stormwater measure. Our membership is directly affected by inadequate infrastructure. When San Diego experiences flooding, lifeguards are the ones rescuing people from their cars, homes, and businesses. And when those floodwaters release, we're the ones in the ocean rescuing people from there as well. Floodwaters are some of the most contaminated waters we're exposed to. Flooding at industrial sites, junkyards, construction sites, and many others expose us to chemicals that we otherwise would have far less exposure to if water was effectively captured and released without flooding. Lifeguards are the only public safety members in the city who are not presumptively covered against cancer incurred on the job, despite our life-saving efforts performed in heavily polluted waters. Improving stormwater infrastructure improves the health of our lifeguards, so Local 911 is strongly in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Morris, followed by Allison Dressel, followed by Patricia.
Hello, I am Lisa Morris. I'm the Vice President of San Diego Education Association, and I am here to speak on behalf of our members, but also the students of San Diego Unified School District. January 22nd was devastating for many of us. People lost their homes, but for students of San Diego Unified in that area, it's not over. It has been 3 months of displacement, anxiety, hotels, insecurity, loss of friends, really loss of everything that they know, and it's really affecting them disproportionately. We know that our weather extremes are here to stay, so it's incumbent on us to act now to prevent more loss to our schools and our students. And a secondary effect of the attendance issues is loss of funding for our schools in general. So it's destabilizing our school communities in several ways. So we are in strong support of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Allison Dressel, followed by Patricia Lineberson, followed by Adrian Rico.
Good morning, council members. My name is Ali Mariko Dressel, and I'm here on behalf of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. We strongly support this measure, and we call for the highest funding allocation possible to go towards the communities who are flood impacted and underserved. As the saying goes, where attention goes, energy flows, and in the same vein, where money goes, attention will flow. And you've witnessed firsthand the damage of what not paying attention can do. And the recent flood impacts only mark the beginning of what's to come, because we are now in this era of climate instability, which means that more floods will come and they will continue to hit the historically underfunded communities the hardest and continue to disproportionately impact our underserved communities until the city takes action and prioritizes meaningful investment in stormwater and resilient infrastructure. So we urge you to take this opportunity, develop precise language in the ballot measure that centers the flood impacted communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patricia Lineberson, followed by Adrian Rico, followed by Anna Ramirez.
Good morning, council members. Patricia Mondragon, the Regional Policy Manager for Alliance San Diego, also D3 resident. In the aftermath of the January floods, whenever it rains now, my mind goes directly to thinking about San Diego's stormwater infrastructure. I wonder if it is failing and if there are San Diegans whose homes are being flooded and need to be rescued. January 22nd was a traumatic day for thousands of San Diegans. While the rain itself was a natural climate event, the flooding of hundreds of homes, the loss of life, and loss of property was preventable. The city of San Diego and its residents cannot afford for our communities to be flooded again. We cannot pass the problem to future generations with partial, inadequate funding. We need bold, transformative change that fully funds the stormwater infrastructure needed to preserve everyone's homes, to live safely and with dignity. Let's move forward with a ballot measure that funds the infrastructure that will protect all of us now and in the uncertain future of climate change for generations to come.
Thank you. This does conclude your time. Our next speaker is Adrian Rico. Oh, okay. Thank you. And Ana Ramirez.
Hi, good morning. My name is Anna. I'm a resident of Shelltown. My parents are property owners. They've been property owners for 35 years, and their home was completely destroyed with the flood. And if passing this bill means that we will guarantee that this doesn't happen again, then it's something that we're interested in. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have one speaker slip from B. Mittermiller who would like to register her position in favor but does not wish to speak. That concludes in-person testimony, so we will move to the virtual queue, and I'll begin the 5-minute timer for all those in the queue to indicate that they wish to speak on item 1. We will begin with the original. Please provide your comments. You'll have 1 minute.
Yeah, it's crazy because you're even in your presentation are saying this will provide clean and safe water. That makes no sense. This is supposed to make sure that the infrastructure is upkept, which is what you guys refused and negligently did not do for these people to, make sure that they didn't lose everything. Now you're punitively taxing these people who have lost everything to try to make up for your negligence. And who's to say that any of this 4, 5, 10, or 25 cents per square foot of permeable area or whatnot is actually going to go to facilitate that? And the sad thing is if these people, when your taxes are already going up as you own homes, if you don't pay those taxes, then you can take their home. And, all of these people who, and it's not equitable because it's not everyone, it's only the people who are homeowners that would be paying for this. And again, there's no end in sight, hoping that you are going to spend the money on this like you should have, because you already wasted the money and spent it on Ash Street. And we know what happened there.
Thank you. This does conclude your time. And our next speaker is phone number ending in 7968. Phone number ending in 7968.
Thank you, Natalie. Joyce Inata, District 3. President Elo Rivera, you have my positive support on this measure. To me, the Stormwater Department also needs our help and support in order to be ready to integrate this measure's implementation with its many, many layers of moving parts. Let's do much more of this now for smooth transition later. From the discussion draft, Section 10, Citizen Oversight Committee is crucial. Thank you. Section 11, Amendment of Ordinance. Please, could we have more details on that? Big, big thank you to all people working on this crucial ballot measure. Me importa. I care. Love to all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Kalix. Jessica, please provide your comments.
Hi, my name is Jessica Calix, and I'm a displaced resident of South Crest, Beta Street. I'm a PTA mom, a small business owner, and our home and 100% of our belongings were destroyed in the January floods. It's so important to prioritize this and fund stormwater infrastructure When I found out my home was destroyed and my neighbors were all at risk of dying, I was in Point Loma in gridlocked traffic, watching dozens and dozens of cars stall out in floodwaters there. And so at that point, that's when I got really concerned about my home. FaceTimed my neighbor and saw her and her kids in the water, and realized at that moment, while I was trapped there, that everything was underwater in my home. And our kids still cry. My kid still cries to this day and asks, why wasn't this prevented when it could have been? I don't understand. Why, Mom? That's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Craig Benedetto. Please provide your comments.
Thank you. On behalf of Day Off San Diego, I'd like to thank the council president and committee bringing this discussion forward. In addition to our written comments, we'd like to offer the following. While stormwater infrastructure is critical and the impacts are real, the proposed parcel tax does present some concern. Although the rate has not been identified, the maximum rate could be a huge impact and a shock to the economy. We would request that the rate itself be looked at and that the LA voter approved tax rate of 2.5 cents be considered. The credit system also needs to be better detailed. More detail should be given to who would qualify and how the system would work. We believe 100% credit should be given for investments made, and there should be little limitation on what investment should qualify for credit. Other items worth consideration is a delayed starting date and a phasing in to allow the fee to adjust to the new tax. A maximum rate or cap should be considered to limit impacts to job creators and renters. Expenditures within planning areas should be considered, as well as accountability measures to ensure money collected is actually spent. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Masada Dissenhouse. Please provide your comments. You'll have 1 minute. Masada, I have given you permission to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Good morning. This is Masada Dissenhouse with San Diego 350. I urge the Rules Committee to continue to advance this important measure to raise the funding needed to build, repair, and maintain stormwater infrastructure. This funding is long overdue, and the disrepair of stormwater infrastructure has caused failures resulting in significant damages to homes and property and displacing people. This initiative must be structured to ensure the funds are used in the communities of concern that have been impacted by decades of disinvestment. The city failed to protect these communities despite being informed repeatedly that this would result in the extreme flooding that devastated communities this year. Because of climate change, storms and flooding will only become more frequent and destructive. Finally, this initiative goes hand in hand with the Let's Go initiative to fund transportation infrastructure and services. Our region has the wealth to protect our communities and provide better quality of life for all of the city's residents. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you. The 5-minute timer has concluded, and we have one caller remaining in the virtual queue. Jay, please provide your comments. Jay, I have given you permission to speak. All right, Chair, that will conclude public comment on item 1.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Brendan, for the presentation. Thank you to everyone who spoke today, especially those of you who shared your stories about personal impact from the January 22nd floods. This morning, somewhere in the range of 1,700 City of San Diego residents woke up in hotel rooms 3 months after being displaced from their homes at no fault of their own. That is why we are here today, what we were trying to avoid, because no one deserves to have their life upended at no fault of their own because of an act of God or inadequate infrastructure. And we need to know that we're taking every measure possible to prevent that. But this isn't just about what happened on January 22nd. This isn't just about the folks who are in their hotel rooms right now. This is also about the future. This is about creating a San Diego where there is safety for those who live next to storm channels, next to waterways. This is about clean beaches and bays and knowing that we can get in the water in our community without fear of getting sick, and without lifeguards having to fear that they will ingest something or be exposed to toxins. It's about transforming neglected communities that have been the subject to environmental racism and turning areas of neglect that are gray and really can be eyesores and transforming them into green, vibrant, healthy communities that are also safer. And this is about doing that work with great union jobs that will create wonderful careers that folks can be proud of and enjoy with dignity. So there are some details that need to be sorted out, particularly on the tax rate and the specifics of the funding allocation, but the framework is pretty clear. We want to ensure that we are prioritizing the communities that were impacted by the January 22nd flood disaster, that we are prioritizing communities that are most vulnerable to the threats of climate change. We want to make sure that we are protecting low-income seniors and others who could be disproportionately impacted by attacks. And we want to make sure that we get to work on the things that the city has long known that we need to do. There's a long list of work that needs to be done, and we want to be able to do that work. So that work to figure out the details won't necessarily be easy, but it's already begun, and I'm confident that we can land in a place that can provide a transformative opportunity for San Diego and work for many, many, for all homeowners and business owners as well. So with that, Councilmember LaCava, as the Environment Committee Chair, as an engineer, your expertise will be incredibly helpful in ironing out those details. And so if you're so willing, I'd like to include you in our efforts with the following motion, which would be to request the City Attorney's Office to work with Council District 1, Council District 9, and the independent budget analysts to prepare ballot measure language and return to the Rules Committee for further consideration. And I am confident that when we get back here in June, we will have a measure that is fair to taxpayers, starts addressing our needs in an equitable way, and builds a future that all San Diegans can be proud of. With that, that is my motion, and I will go to Council President Pro Tem LaCava.
Thank you, Council President. I'm happy to second that motion. And your opening comments checked a lot of the boxes, so I don't need to repeat them. Just wanted to add a couple of thoughts for context. You know, one of the reasons that we're going through this process is because, from my point of view, is antiquated language in state law. We consider sewer and water as utilities, and we have measures to be able to make sure that we have adequate funding for that. But stormwater somehow is treated differently. And in my mind, as a civil engineer, stormwater is no different as a utility. It is something that affects the public. We've heard very passionate comments. We've talked about the tragedy of January 22nd and the ongoing work that we do, where we spend more time on emergency repairs of our storm drain system rather than being able to be strategic and cost-effective to make sure we deliver stormwater and all the implications. It's about controlling the water. It is ensuring that the water that leaves and hits our bays and our ocean is clean because we provide water quality. It is about making sure that we take advantage of that water in terms of reuse where it is possible. And all that can happen when we have a dedicated funding stream. I agree with others who said we have to be very careful about not going big. This is an important step in that conversation and will get us on the right path to make sure that stormwater is treated like the utility that protects our businesses, that protects our residents, and puts us on the right path to really upgrading our infrastructure going forward. And so thank you, Council President, and your office for the work you've done to date. Look forward to bringing this to Rules Committee for a family adoption and getting this on the November ballot. And with that, again, I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Council President Pro Tem. We've got a motion and a second, and we will now turn to Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you to Council President and your staff for your leadership and hard work on this issue. I am strongly supportive of this effort to put a dedicated funding source for stormwater on the ballot for consideration by voters in the November general election. This is a smart financial decision, as it will reduce the millions of dollars the city pays every year for emergency stormwater repairs that would not be necessary if we funded preventative maintenance. More important than money, however, is the prevention of human and environmental tragedies like the January 22nd flooding in Southcrest. That flood has destroyed so many lives, and the pain that people feel and the struggle to survive that they continue to endure should be the biggest reason we move forward with this permanent funding source for stormwater infrastructure. So I will be supportive of the motion, and that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Moreno. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Brendan, for the presentation. I want to thank you, Council President, and your staff for your leadership in bringing this ballot measure proposal forward. Thank you to the Council President Pro Tem and his team for your willingness as well to lead on this. Dedicated long-term stormwater funding is certainly long overdue, and frankly, I think we all acknowledge that it's unfortunate that it took a devastating storm on January 22nd for us to really recognize and act on that. But also, I think it's important for us to recognize that this comes as a result of the real impacts of the lack of decades of investment, specifically when it comes to stormwater. The truth is that the city as a whole is facing a nearly $5 billion infrastructure backlog, and that did not happen overnight. It's something that has built up over time, but now we're seeing a lot of this come to a head. And the need for stormwater investments remain at the top of that list. It's almost $1.6 billion in terms of the need that we've identified. And so this measure could not only make a significant impact on that particular deficit, but also provides funding for ongoing services, operations, and maintenance needs, all relating to stormwater. One thing that really sticks out to me is that stormwater infrastructure is not an item that I believe our residents see and think of every single day. It is something that tends to remain in the background, but it certainly impacts every San Diegan. And I think that is actually exactly why it's important that we have a funding stream that is dedicated specifically to meet that need, so that when we're thinking of all of the different priorities we have as a city, that this does not fall behind simply because it may not be at the top of everyone's list at any given moment. So I do appreciate the attention that's been shared thus far in terms of balancing the needs as well as the impacts on all of our taxpayers. Some of the items I shared at the last meeting when this was considered, I just want to bring up again for consideration, which is that as we move forward with a measure that we consider the exemptions for low-income residents and seniors, that we consider that there's impacts for folks at every income level, but that I do believe, similar to other models we've seen, that discount programs for those who have made stormwater improvements should be considered, that there be continued efforts to encourage removing hardscape, or at least shifting the focus of hardscape installation, and that ultimately, again, how we distribute the funds in an equitable manner, as well as how we educate the public and conduct the outreach is going to be a critical part of the success, not just for the measure, but ultimately in implementing a system that addresses the needs across all of the city. So happy to support today's action. Look forward to seeing the draft measure language come back to rules for further consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Campillo.
Thank you, Council President. I'm happy to support this today. I think one of the big things that it's really important to note about this particular idea and this particular plan is that our stormwater system, and specifically particular parts of it, get to the end of their useful life. And at that point, you can't fix them. You have to replace them. That's why that number of in the billions is so big. And that's why we absolutely need to get this revenue stream coming into the city for us to replace. On top of that, what's different between now, this council, this mayor, and prior councils and prior mayors is that we have a plan for the maintenance of this so that we don't have to come back in the future and say we need an additional revenue stream. The maintenance of this is what allows us to keep the useful life lasting longer into the future for then repair. So this is not the same as other councils and other mayors. I want people who are thinking and might be on the border of whether this is necessary, is that if anything, this is a better plan than we've ever had before, and the maintenance is absolutely the key to proving that. So I thank you, Council President, for your leadership on this, and we're going to deliver this for the voters. I'm support.
Thank you, Councilmember Campillo. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Natalie, please call the roll.
And Chair, that passes unanimously.
Fantastic. Thank you, Natalie. Please introduce item 2.
Thank you, Council President. Item number 2, initial committee review of ballot measure proposals for the November 2024 election in accordance with Council Policy 000-21. For item 2, we have 13 sub-items, and they will be introduced and heard individually by the committee. The sub-items will be heard in alphabetical order. Due to the number of items being heard, proponents will have up to but no more than 5 minutes to present their sub-item, and I will be keeping time. Public comment will then follow the presentation for each sub-item. Again, due to the number of items to be heard, members of the public will have 1 minute to speak to each sub-item. Please keep this in mind when preparing and providing your comments. And as a reminder, when I call your name, please come up to the front of the room and be prepared to approach the lectern. With that, we will begin with sub-item 2A, consideration of a ballot measure proposed by City Attorney Mara Elliott to amend the city charter regarding the Ethics Commission and the Funds Commission. If you're watching on City TV or the live stream online and would like to call into the meeting to speak on item 2A, please call 1-669-254-5252. When prompted, input webinar ID 160-549-8117#. Council President?
Thank you, Natalie. All right, Madam City Attorney, if you would please introduce yourself just for the record, and as a reminder, you have 5 minutes for your presentation. Feel free to start when you are ready.
Thank you. Good morning. The proposal I am presenting today is part of an ethics reform package I introduced to the City Council's Rules Committee on September 20th of 2023. This portion of the proposal addresses potential reforms to the charter relating to the San Diego Ethics Commission and minor cleanup regarding the Funds Commission. Your package included proposed changes to the San Diego Municipal Code pertaining to the Ethics Commission, but those are not before you today. I would bring those forward at a later date. The proposed reforms are intended to strengthen the independence of this regulatory body and to remove any actual or perceived conflicts of interest in its staffing, appointment process, and funding. I presented both the charter and municipal code proposals to the Ethics Commission on March 14th. They had their first workshop last week to begin consideration of these proposals. As you likely know, the city created the Ethics Commission in 2001. It is charged with investigating and taking administrative enforcement actions against current and former elected city officials, candidates for city office, certain city employees, consultants, and members of city boards and commissions who are required to file conflict of interest disclosure forms, and all registered lobbyists and those persons required to register as lobbyists with the city. The Ethics Commission is included in Section 41 of the Charter, along with other commissions such as the Funds Commission, the Civil Service Commission, and the Planning Commission. This proposal would remove the Ethics Commission from Section 41 and give it its own standalone section, which is Section 41.3, similar to what we did with the Commission on Police Practices in 2020. The new Section 41.3 would describe the Commission's responsibilities, which are currently only in the Municipal Code. The Charter would make clear that although the Council could add additional duties and powers to the Commission, it could not diminish its authority. Last is a minor change to Section 41. The Funds Commission manages the city's trust funds. It's comprised of 1 bank official and 2 unclassified citizens. The city attorney and city treasurer are ex officio members. It's never been clear why the city attorney and city treasurer are ex officio members or what these positions are expected to do. It seems inappropriate for any city official to be on this body in any form, as the body is supposed to be independent. For that reason, we propose removing the city attorney and the city treasurer from the Funds Commission. Existing language allows the council to eliminate the Ethics Commission by ordinance. That language would be deleted so that only the voters and not those who are regulated could eliminate the Ethics Commission. The charter would address the number of commissioners, their qualifications, and their length of appointment. That information is only in the municipal code right now. The commissioner appointment process would change. Under the municipal code, the mayor appoints all 7 members of the commission from a pool of nominees submitted by the council and the city attorney. The council then confirms the appointments. Under this proposal, those who are regulated would not participate in the appointment process. We suggest establishing an appointment committee comprised of 3 retired judges who are solicited and selected by the city clerk at a publicly noticed meeting by random drawing. The screening committee, which would screen and appoint members to the Ethics Commission, would serve until replaced. The city clerk would assist the screening committee by soliciting applications and informing them of their appointment. The screening committee would also vet commissioners before reappointment. The Ethics Commission would appoint the the executive director without confirmation. There we go. Without confirmation by the council. Currently, the Ethics Commission makes the appointment and the council confirms it. The executive director would make all hiring decisions subject to the city's normal budget and appropriation process. Council would no longer approve or control the commission's complaint and investigation procedures. The Ethics Commission itself would govern that process. The executive director would be able to initiate investigations and complaints without first obtaining commission approval. This means the executive director can conduct discovery without delay. This is consistent with other jurisdictions. The commission would continue to have access to independent legal counsel, but could hire special counsel for complex matters within its jurisdiction. Council would be required to appropriately fund the commission's work. We do not set a minimum budget in this proposal, although that could be included. And in addition, the executive director could divulge evidence of possible unlawful conduct to other government or law enforcement agencies at any time, not just when the commission's work concludes. So we request that the Rules Committee vote to return this item to the Rules Committee in June for a second hearing for placement on the November 2024 ballot. And that concludes my presentation. I'm now ready for your questions.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Before we go to public comment, the Ethics Commission Executive Director, Ms. Spivak, is here with some additional comments for committee consideration.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Good morning, members of the council. For those who don't know me who may be watching this, I'm Sharon Spivak. I'm the Executive Director of the San Diego Ethics Commission. In the interest of time, this will be brief, but on behalf of the Ethics Commission staff, we have a 6-member staff for our department, and our 7-member volunteer board. I appreciate the opportunity to provide our input on this item, which affects our procedures. First, I want to thank the city attorney for all of her detailed work on this proposed package. It includes a number of proposed updates to the charter and the municipal code that commission staff has been looking at even before this and is continuing to do. Staff also has its own recommendations to add to supplement to it. Briefly, I'd like to provide some brief context and then to convey to you what the board has asked me to tell you this morning. The municipal code states that the Ethics Commission Board has the authority to propose updates to its governing laws to the City Council for approval. For that reason, the city attorney has presented this, as she noted, to the board in March, and they began a very detailed review of specifics of the various components of this at the April meeting last week. On April 3rd, commission staff issued a 19-page memo. I have an extra copy of it here. It is a public memo on our website that was uploaded with our agenda last week. You may have a copy of it with you. And our 19-page memo includes benchmarking charts, staff analysis, best practices at other commissions, as some of the proposals do incorporate what other commissions throughout the state already do, but San Diego does not. This was considered by our board last week. So after the discussion last week, the board asked that I convey the following to you. 3 points. First, the Ethics Commission is interested in and supportive of reform amendments that would further enhance and protect the Commission's independence from the regulated community. Second, the Commission Board is not taking a position on the City Attorney's reform package as a whole, but rather we are bringing back parts of it in piecemeal over the next coming meetings so we can have robust discussion, public comment, involve the regulated community with an eye toward bringing a municipal code amendment package to the council later this year to update this division. Now, I understand this is the council's time to put measures on the ballot. I used to sit in the city attorney chair during this meeting. But with regard to the ballot measure part of this and the charter amendments, the commission has not yet taken a position on the charter amendment proposals, but is continuing to look at the charter amendment suggestions. I will note, though, that commissioners have discussed in particular they would like to have the first phrase of Charter Section 41D stricken, as it creates a situation where the City Council can simply eliminate the Ethics Commission. It is different than how the other commissions are described in the charter. That phrase says, quote, "for so long as an Ethics Commission remains established by ordinance of the Council." It therefore allows people who are regulated to simply eliminate the commission. So that is something we want people to look at. However, having said that, the commission recognizes that it's not best practices to come in just to take out one phrase of that particular section, but needs to do a full overview of the charter to also propose any other amendments at the same time. To the extent that the Rules Committee has any questions about our procedures or practices, I'm happy to answer your questions. If any portion of this advances today or you send it back to staff, specifically for a new charter section 41.3, our department and our board will be happy to work with the city attorney to continue working on the drafting. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, let's hear public comment, please.
Thank you, Council President. The public comment period for item 2A is now open, and we have received one speaker slip from an individual in chamber. We will begin with those in chambers. Lori Saldana, please approach the lectern. You'll have 1 minute.
Thank you. And I'm going to show this sign because I don't agree with the signs posted up behind me there. I support this. I believe that it is not proper to have people who are appointed by an elected body then be the ones who choose whether or not to do an investigation of the person who may have appointed them. We have seen that in recent past. There was an investigation that the executive director recommended move forward. The appointees declined to do that. And that shows, even though there was warrants, there was cause for concern by the executive director over a violation of a video being apparently created here in City Council, in the city building, illegally using public resources. When it was brought to their attention, they agreed that it was a violation of state law, but the committee members, the commission members declined to investigate. That needs to change. We need to have people who are not beholden to those who appoint them when they are called on to do an investigation of the people who have appointed them. So I support this measure to have independent investigations, and I'm very happy to see this brought forward.
This does conclude your time. Thank you. And Chair, that will conclude in-person public testimony. So we'll move to the virtual queue. I will begin the 5-minute timer for all those in the queue to raise their hand if they indicate that they wish to speak. We currently have 4 hands raised. We will begin with Carl Luna. You'll have 1 minute. Please provide your comments.
Members of the City Council, hopefully you can hear me. I'm fully supportive of the City Attorney's plan with the Ethics Commission. For an Ethics Commission to be effective, it has to be independent in selection, in funding, in operation. And we need an Ethics Commission that is powerful in San Diego. Let's not forget, we average a major scandal a decade, going back to the Pete Wilson, prior to him, yellow cab scandal. When there is not effective oversight, people get sloppy, even if it's not by intention in what they do. And in the city of San Diego, with effectively one party controlling most of city government, that lack of oversight can encourage people to engage in activities, as we saw recently with Chula Vista Gate, which makes the city not look good and leads to bad policies. So this should be referred back to your June meeting, allow the Ethics Commission and the city attorney to work out a good ballot proposal to bring to the people of San Diego. And then you can go to your constituents and say, we are totally for open and transparent government, and move forward and campaign on that.
Thank you. This does conclude your time. Thank you. Our next speaker is Peggy Walker. Please provide your comments. You'll have 1 minute.
Thank you. I fully support this endeavor for Ethics Commission independency, especially to remove conflicts and to provide a greater priority to investigating and taking action against those who are required to report conflicts of interest. We need this because, for one example, many have been concerned particularly for reform after we've seen reports, heard far too much innuendo, and observed inappropriate, dubious activity over the years by elected officials, city committee members, including past planning commissioners, and city staff with direct links to the cannabis industry, influencing policy related to that industry. So I look forward to this reform. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker in the queue is the original. Please provide your comments.
Yeah, anything to take away, any kind of authority that the mayor has would be great, because if you're supposed to be investigating and you be open and transparent and making sure there's no conflicts of interest or different nefarious things going on, when we have somebody who has no ethics and is very nefarious and wasteful of the people's money, always just wanting to get into the spotlight, never doing things that better the community, we can't be having somebody like that selecting people to be on a commission that could potentially be investigating him, because as we have seen, like Lori was saying, they're not doing the investigating that they should be. And that's why he's going to appoint and select the ones that he wants in there so that he doesn't get looked at. So anything that we can do to take away the power from him, putting people in there that are going to make sure that he continues to do the nefarious things he does, and also just taking the council's ability to eliminate this commission and have control. Yeah.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Schmidt. Please provide your comments. Michael Schmidt, we cannot hear you. I have given you permission to speak. Please unmute. Okay, our next speaker in the queue is John Stump. Please provide your comments. You'll have 1 minute.
Hi. Are you going to start my video or not? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. For public comment for this item, there is no video. If you could provide your comments, you'll have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. I fully support the city attorney's independence move. It's obvious that the current situation is not working completely. Recently, the mayor was fined more than $10,000 for an ethics violation, and the Ethics Commission was unable to garnish his wages and demonstrate that the method of payment of the $10,000 was not from some Trump-era campaign fund or private donor. The Ethics Commission must become independent. Later on in the day, I'm going to be asking that, along with the city, the school district be included under our single Ethics Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Council President, that will conclude public comment on item 2A.
Thank you, Natalie. All right, we'll begin committee's discussion of this item with Council President Pro Tem LaCava.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Madam City Attorney, for bringing this forward. For me, this falls under the category of continuous improvement of our government actions. I have, in previous memos, called for bringing back the Charter Review Committee so that we can have a more comprehensive look. Until we find the time and the energy to be able to do that, we'll continue to do these individual items going after certain sections. And I also want to thank Ms. Spivak, your staff, and the commissioners that serve on the Ethics Commission for the good work that you do every day in ensuring that the rules of the city are followed. And every day we seem like come up with new ideas and interpretations, and your office does a remarkable job of trying to help us understand and navigate those going forward. For me, I'm going to support this with a slightly different motion, but I think you'll understand it, Madam City Attorney, that this is not about it not working. I think we have a good system in place. I think we can make a better system in place. And to me, that is what government should be doing when it has, again, the time and the energy to consider these kinds of action. Ironically, despite what some of the members of the public said, I think every time that we hear about a new fine, tells us that this system is working. We always know that no matter what we do with the Ethics Commission, there will be always people that say, I don't like that person, I don't like your actions, and therefore I'm going to throw mud on you because of my perceptions about what you are or not doing. This will never take care of that. The public will always have the right to be critical and criticize going forward. But again, I think we can do better. And so with that, Council President, I don't have anything written, but I think it'll be understandable enough that I request that the City Attorney's Office work with District 1 and the Executive Director of the Ethics Commission to prepare ballot measure language and return to the Rules Committee for further consideration.
Thank you, Council President Pro Tem. All right, we've got a motion on the floor, and we will now turn to Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Council President. Let me just get to my notes here. Thank you to our City Attorney Elliott, for your work on this. I also want to share my appreciation for the Ethics Commission's Executive Director Sharon and your staff for the review and feedback that you've provided. I think collectively, want to share my appreciation in that collectively we've identified a number of areas where it's clear that the city's Ethics Commission could be aligned better with the best practices that we already see in other similar commissions across the state. I do know one sticking point in here that I frankly do have a concern about, and this is because we've had this discussion regarding the redistricting commission in particular, is specifically around the recommendation for utilizing a model of a screening panel that is consisting of retired judges serving. And I wanted to sort of touch on this because to me that is the one area where I'm most concerned, primarily because as have already had discussions in this committee, we are talking about a potential change on that front as well. When I look at the redistricting commission, and I don't know that there's anyone who's going to be able to answer to how that commission functioned in terms of its selection of retired judges, but I do remember that when we first considered language relating to a potential change for that commission, that there was feedback that it was actually very challenging to find a full panel of retired judges, in particular because I think we had called out the fact that at least one, if not two of the panelists were judges that were outside of the San Diego area, which I thought was a little bit frustrating. I think I would have preferred seeing more localized participants. But I think in the feedback that was received with that, there was some concern that there were actually very few interested retired judges to serve on that at all. And knowing that that is a once in a 10-year cycle for a very specific purpose, I do wonder if there would be an even more significant challenge in terms of recruiting retired judges to serve on what could potentially be an ongoing screening panel, and would really like to see if there are any alternative options in terms of an independent body that could actually play a role in selecting members of the Ethics Commission, because I do agree that removing that from simply the more political elements that we currently have would be a positive step. Just not convinced that's the move that I would like to see. I do also appreciate the feedback, again, from the Ethics Commission staff, but I think, Sharon, from what you shared as well, that is not necessarily the full feedback from the commission as a whole. Is that correct? Feel free to come back up if it helps.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. I would note in the memo that we issued on April 4th, we actually have a retired Superior Court judge on our board, and she provided feedback on some of the issues that would be raised in recruiting judges and so forth, and that is in our memo and well detailed. The board has not taken a position on the appointment process, mostly because of timing. This has come up rather quickly, and they want more time to review everything. Thank you.
Understood. So I guess a question along that front is, with the motion that is currently on the table to ask the City Attorney's Office to work with the Ethics Commission Executive Director, would that include, I guess, Sharon, again, this might be a question for you. If the motion is to have the work done with you and your staff, would you be representing the commission and their feedback as a whole? My concern is ensuring that we actually have feedback from the commission, if that is currently underway, and considering that there might be additional components.
I would note we have another monthly meeting in May, so we were waiting for what direction we would get today, so we would know what to put on that agenda for the commission to discuss. So proposals could go before them for their input at our May meeting, and depending on when you're meeting in June, we may have our June meeting first as well.
Okay, thank you.
It's that's the timetable. It'll be a little tight.
Yeah, certainly I'd like to make sure that we have something robust, and I saw that some of the recommendations, just from the staff standpoint, would maybe even go a step further in fines and other areas that might be worth considering. I'll let my colleagues chime in perhaps and take it from there. I'm not really sure again, where to adjust.
Councilmember Lee, thank you for that. We'll do a quick check-in with Council President Pro Tem LaCava. Is any of that inconsistent with the intent of the motion that you put forward?
No, the reason I specifically call it the executive director is because she is a lot more nimble in being able to work with us, whereas the commission has regular monthly meetings, and I wanted to have that flexibility to work with an individual and her staff. So, and I have fully expected the response that Ms. Spivak gave, that she will be hearing from the commissioners as well. And to the second point, which I forgot to talk about, and I apologize for that, we continue to struggle to figure out how to create an independent body, and we're always falling back with retired judges because that seems to be the one thing most people can agree on. But if you allow me, Madam City Attorney, you would be open to the idea of exploring other ideas before we maybe give options before this comes back to Rules Committee?
Yes, Council President Pro Tem. And in fact, I was looking at the LA proposed model, which is a different hybrid where the electeds do some of the appointment and then the Ethics Commission itself does the remainder to try to balance that independence. So what we could do is options. So the draft as presented today, I'm sure we're going to identify other areas where maybe we want to tweak it a little bit. I'm not saying that retired judges is the best alternative. It is one that typically people do look to, but there may be others out there, so we can have options for this body to look at and determine what's best for the city of San Diego.
Okay. And that would be the intent of that effort going forward. So if you're comfortable with that without it being directly addressed in the motion, I certainly would be committed to working with that.
All right. Council Member Lee, does that address your question?
That does for now.
Okay. All right. With that, we'll turn to Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank City Attorney for proposing this initiative. There was a lot of ideas here that I do support. However, I cannot support the proposal to change the appointment process for Ethics Commissioner to a panel of retired judges. I've seen no evidence that appointments through a panel of retired judges would be an improvement over our current system. In fact, to my knowledge, the city attorney hasn't raised any specific issues with the appointments of commissioners in the past. The last redistricting process revealed that the problems with relying on a panel of retired judges to yield unbiased appointments. And I'm reluctant to repeat that experience. And as was noted, I understand that the Ethics Commission itself is working on potential charter changes. And I think it would make sense for the Ethics Commission to consider all the potential charter amendments they'd like to see and bring them forward to the Rules Committee for consideration. When doing so, the Commission can present its own perspective about whether it believes the appointment process for Commissioner should be changed, and if so, how. So I don't think there's a second to the motion, but I am not supportive of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you,
Can I
Councilmember.
respond, please? I just want to clarify that I did identify concerns, which is the public's perception of an appointment process when those who are regulated have had a role in the process of appointing those who are regulating them. That's a terrible look, and I think that is something we need to modify. And I also want to, again, emphasize, I took this to the Ethics Commission last month. I'm not sure to what extent they're going to want to get involved in the charter proposal. I think that there are some areas that they're very concerned about, and we heard that from the executive director. But I think that their thoughts on this are absolutely essential. So part of this working group, I think, is going to have to make sure that they're on board with this. There may be some areas where they're not. But I think that this is a really important conversation, and I do appreciate the ability to move this forward in June and have a more robust discussion.
Thank you for your response to my comments, and I would like to hear from the Ethics Commission directly. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion put forward by Council President Pro Tem LaCava. And that motion, if we could pull it up, Natalie, just to confirm with Council President Pro Tem that it accurately captures his intent. And that is a motion to request the City Attorney's Office to work with Council District 1 and the Executive Director of the Ethics Commission to prepare ballot measure language and return to Rules Committee at a future date. June sounds like that future date. Council President Pro Tem, does that accurately capture your intent? Okay. So with that, I will offer a second to your motion. I will share that I too have concerns about the retired judges component of it. There's the ability to recruit, but I also, retired judges are a kind of famously not representative group of folks, and so I'm very interested to see what it would look like to find a group of people who there is confidence in that they can be independent, but they also can be representative and take into account what is necessary to check multiple boxes at once. And I look forward to seeing what comes from the work with the Ethics Commission, the City Attorney's Office, and your office, Council President Pro Tem. So there's a second to your motion. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Council President. I'll chime in here. I think the reason why I've hesitated here is because the motion suggests that we would be returning with ballot measure language, and with the current draft that's on the table, I too just am not comfortable with the retired judges component of it. I'd prefer to see additional feedback and an analysis, including feedback from the commission, knowing that this has a very direct impact, and that I do believe the committee as a whole would certainly have a role in determining what moves forward, but to have what would potentially be close to final language presented without that analysis is where I have an issue, so I will not be supporting the motion that's on the table.
Understood. Council President Pro Tem.
One last pitch, because we've got a long day. One, what we'll be bringing back in June is a draft, and correct. If you like everything else and you don't like the appointment process, it can be stricken by this committee. That's why this is not going to full council. It is only a draft that can be worked on. If we don't provide an alternative that is more palatable, that language can be stricken. But there are other components that are being proposed today that I think are much needed improvements to the Ethics Commission that address that issue of independence. And so I think that's why there is value in moving this forward and seeing what the Rules Committee thinks about when it comes to June. So thank you.
Understood. And that's, I think, keeping it open for discussion after the work has been done and the conversation here, I think there is some value in that. Councilmember Campillo.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, City Attorney. I have a question about one particular bullet point. It says commissioners would be vetted before reappointment. What does that mean?
I think that the city is notorious for not vetting reappointments. And the assumption is that that initial vetting process, which could have occurred 4 years prior, is still good. But we should be assessing and identifying conflicts at every moment of every day. A job change, a move, a new contract, any of those things could jeopardize somebody's independence and ability to sit on a commission. This is not just for the Ethics Commission, it's for all committees, commissions, and boards for the City of San Diego. I think that is a problem that we're all aware of and have not yet tackled, and I'll be bringing that forward too. A process for that that's consistent.
Okay, and so they'd be vetted before appointment with your idea, the 3 retired judges. So would it be, so the panel that would be doing the screening and appointment of commissioners would then vet someone that they've already appointed?
That would be prior to appointment. So somebody who has a disqualifying conflict of interest should not be appointed.
Right.
That should be determined before they're appointed. And I don't believe, I've not seen evidence that the city has any consistent process in vetting a candidate before they are placed on a committee, a board, or a commission.
Understood. What I'm getting at is that if the same group of appointers has a person they've already vetted, that they've already approved of, and then a person that they ostensibly already liked to be appointed, when that comes back up in 4 years, are we going to have a new group of people re-vet that person? Because in a manner of speaking, the original appointment panel, even retired judges are susceptible to well, they're retired. They don't have the duty to be impartial anymore. So I think I really want to get that detail correct, but I want to know what you're envisioning as to when a selection panel changes. Would it be in in your mind, would it be in the power of the city clerk to, at his or her willed desire, to change who's on there? I'm just mad because the vetting process is hugely important, and that's the one detail I'm looking at very carefully.
Right, and I'm thinking about the audit committee model where we have an existing screening committee, and they serve until they step down. And that would be the same concept we would use for this particular committee. Now, conflict of interest reviews are on the person who sits on the committee, the board or commission. We're not in a game of gotcha. Every single city official has a responsibility to ensure that they are following anti-corruption laws, including checking their own conflicts. So whoever's been seated should be doing that at all times. But for the vetting process, it's a confirmation. And we could be looking outside of that box. So if there is a media article that indicates, and I'm making this up, that some kind of crime has been committed involving an ethics commissioner, well, maybe that's not the right appointment. So things can happen at any time. There's a lot of information that screening committee should be looking at. Now, I don't get into the weeds. We usually don't do that in a charter. We can do that in the municipal code to give them further guidance. But we didn't vet all that out. I think that is something that is subject to further discussion, assuming we even get this through in June when we bring this back to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Campillo. We've got a motion and a second. We will now, Councilmember Lee.
Sorry, since Ms. Spivak seemed like she had some comments, I'd like to give her a chance.
No, it's a long meeting. Really quickly, we have some benchmarking on how appointments are made in the other jurisdictions. I would just note that this is all part of a larger discussion because while there are elected officials who make the appointments in other jurisdictions, there are other laws that further separate the work of the commission from the regulated community. So for example, if elected officials make the appointments in other jurisdictions, the executive director has authority to open the investigations, and those who are appointed are not the ones opening the investigations. So there are other ways to buffer against the conflict of interest that may be inherent in an appointment process. So I just wanted to add that to you, and it's all detailed in our memo. Thank you.
Since I've still got the floor, I'll make just one last comment. I would like to see this come back, but I think beyond just seeing feedback from, specifically as currently stated from the executive director of the commission, and all respect to you, Ms. Spivak, I would more so like to see a full analysis actually from the ethics commission, from their perspective as a whole, as a part of anything that comes back. So regardless of how this moves today, if it does move forward, that's sort of just my open request. If this motion does not pass, then I plan to make a motion that would explicitly ask for that, and for this to still return to committee so that we can move forward from there.
Understood. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Natalie, please call the roll.
And Chair, that passes 3-2 with Councilmember Moreno and Councilmember Lee voting no.
All right, so with that, we have dispensed with item 2A. I'll remind the committee we need to get through 2M. Let's hear the next item, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sub-item 2B, consideration of a ballot measure proposed by the San Diego Unified School District to amend the city charter regarding the election process for members of the Board of Education. If you are watching on City TV or the live stream online and would like to call into the meeting to speak, please call 1-669-254-5252. When prompted, the webinar ID is 160-549-8117#. Chair?
Thank you. All right, once our presenters are situated, please introduce yourselves for the record. And you will have a maximum of 5 minutes for your presentation.
Good morning, Council President, members of the City Council. Thank you to you and your staff for seeing us this morning. My name is Andra Green. I'm the district's general counsel at San Diego Unified School District, and we have what we believe is a relatively simple proposal to make two specific changes to the election process for San Diego Unified District trustees. Currently, the first change that we're proposing is to eliminate the need for a primary election when there are two or fewer candidates. Currently, there is a requirement, even when a candidate is running unopposed, that there be both a primary and a general. What we're proposing mirrors what is done in the county of San Diego. To give you a reason or a rationale and our motivation, this particular primary year, we spent $450,000 on a primary that will be the exact same election as the general election, with 2 of our candidates running unopposed. And so we believe that a general election it usually receives the most attention from the voters and would be the best place for a single decision to be made by the voters when there really isn't a need for 2 identical elections. The second proposal we are making would create parity between the time allowed for a regular candidate to submit or to gather signatures on their nominating petition, and that allowed for write-in candidates. Currently, write-in candidates have 5 weeks as compared to the 3 weeks for a regular candidate, and we would propose that they both be 3 weeks. That is the conclusion of my presentation. I'm happy to take questions if you have them. And again, thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you for the presentation. Let's hear public comment, Natalie.
Thank you, Council President. The public comment period for sub-item 2B is now open, and we have received 2 speakers lists from individuals in chambers. We will take the individuals in chambers first before we move to the virtual queue. Richard Barrera, please approach the lectern. You will have 1 minute. You'll be followed by Lisa Morris.
I waste your time. Thank you, Council President and members of the council. Bottom line, $450,000 for a primary election that the same questions will be before the voters in November would save us about 5 high school counselors. So we just think it's in the interest of taxpayers to move these elections forward to the general election when there's 2 or fewer candidates on the primary ballot.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Morris. Oh, okay. That concludes in-person public testimony. We will now move to the virtual queue, and I'll begin the 5-minute timer for all those in the virtual queue to indicate that they wish to provide public comment on item 2B. We currently have 2 hands raised in the virtual queue. We will begin with the original. Please provide your comments. You'll have 1 minute.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, our elections aren't fair anyway, so it's like, does it really matter what we do to pretend that we have, you know, a choice? Because it's an illusion of choice when we're talking about any kind of election. So all of this stuff that we're actually doing right now is like, you know, it's just a bunch of hocus pocus to make it seem like, you know, the people actually have a choice in things that go on around them when we know that that's anything but the truth. But it's weird because anytime I'm thinking of SDUSD, I think about the illegals that were being distributed throughout the county by one of their properties that they own at the migrant center, they call it, off of Polk or the back end 41st and University, that Stephen Whitburn refused to acknowledge was actually a migrant center that we pay for. So yeah, it's hard to really listen to this when I think about just the human trafficking that's gone on in our community that they're engaged in. So I mean, when they're talking about saving money, do they really need to? They're getting paid off.
Thank you. This does conclude your time. And our next speaker in the virtual queue is John Stump. Please provide your comments. John Stump.
Yes, there is some merit to this proposal. There is a flaw, though, and it's a flaw where it's a threat to democracy. This is a Trump era closeout of people's participation, and where it goes too far is to limit the time people have to gather signatures. So I suggest that you refer this for further study. You consider this for the city charter itself. And, you know, let's remind the council that the elections, all parts of the elections of the school board have been retained by the people in the city charter. This is a failing school district. There are materials I've submitted to you on other items that show how badly the schools are doing south of the 8. Okay, so refer to committee for further study. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair, that will conclude public comment on item 2B.
All right, I will thank the San Diego Unified School District for your presentation of this item. Thank two of our board members, Trustee Barrera and Trustee Hazen, for being here today. Really appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and just to kick off the conversation, make a motion to request that the City Attorney's Office work with San Diego Unified School District and the City Clerk to draft ballot language and return to Rules Committee for further consideration. I think the inclusion of the City Clerk here is important to ensure that as she plays a key role in our city elections, that everyone's working on the same page and there aren't any unintended consequences here, but certainly appreciate the merit, saving $450,000 of taxpayer money so it can be better spent on education. I think is something that we can all agree on. So that's the motion, and I will turn to Councilmember Campillo.
Thank you, Council President. I will happily second. This is a literal no-brainer, saves a lot of money, and creates that parity on the proposed change number 2. I would disagree that it undermines democracy. Candidates know that they have 3 weeks to gather signatures to put their literal name on the ballot, and doesn't really make a lot of sense why a person who didn't foresee that then gets more weeks to not then to be write-in. So I think that point is incorrect. I do have a question for the city attorney or the IBA. Since this is a ballot initiative that that deals with the Unified School District, its governance and elections, is the budget for this out of the city's budget for paying for ballot initiatives, or does this go to the Unified School District's budget? Is there a breakdown of that? Is there a shared cost? I'm just wondering, because it's not dealing with city government, but I understand we control the charter that controls their elections, and so.
I would assume it's included in our election costs.
Okay, but so not shared with the Unified School District's cost?
I would have to look into that. I'm not sure if the city attorney.
Understood.
I actually can answer that it is paid for by the San Diego Unified School District.
Understood. Okay, thank you. So I appreciate you coming forward today. Second, and let's iron this important issue out. It will save a lot of money that the school district is going to be using to, help our children. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Campillo. All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. I don't see any additional requests to speak to this item. Natalie, please call the roll.
And that motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's hear item 2C, please.
Item 2C, consideration of a ballot measure proposed by Mark Linsky regarding clean elections. If you are watching on City TV or the live stream online and would like to call into the meeting to speak on this item, please call 1-669-254-5252. When prompted, input webinar ID 160-549-8117#. Council President.
Thank you. Will our presenters please step forward, introduce yourself for the record, and you will have a maximum of 5 minutes for your presentation.
Can the presenter please approach the lectern? Oh.
You'll have a clock right there.
So, members of the committee, we came before you 4 years ago. I know that Ms. Moreno was here, but the only one who's here, who was here in 2020, in the midst of a pandemic. What we did was we advanced the cause of clean elections, which is designed essentially to bring an option for public funding of elective office to the city of San Diego. We cleared the first hurdle here with an aye. We cleared the second hurdle with an aye. We went to the full council, and we lost by a single vote. We're back again. And I wanted to just let the committee know that we are in a position now where we've been very active over the last 4 years. We talked with a lot of people, staff, members of the of City Council. And what we've done is we have refined this to the point where I want to give you the headlines so that you have an idea what's going on. What we have done is we have cut the program exactly in half, which is to say it is little more than a rounding error in a multi-billion-dollar city budget, number one. Number two, we have pushed the funding back to the actual year in which it would be implemented, which would not be until 2026. Third, we have changed the qualifications for individuals who want to run as candidates under the Clean Elections banner so that they have to collect essentially $5 contributions, but not citywide, but rather only by the various members of the districts in which they are running. And finally, what we did was we have refined the oversight provisions in such a way so that we are now compliant with the successful programs which are being run in places like Arizona and the state of Maine. The object of all this is to broaden and deepen the participation of citizens, to broaden and deepen democracy, and to give an option for those who want to run for office and are known in their communities but simply do not have or cannot have the sort of resources that they need through the traditional methods of funding. I thank you.
Thank you. Is that the conclusion of your presentation? Is that the conclusion of the presentation, or did you all have a couple minutes left? Okay. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you. I'm Derek Cassidy, president of the La Jolla Democratic Club, and our Democratic Club has endorsed the Clean Elections proposal. And we think it expands democracy in San Diego and allows more people to participate in the election process. It gives the voters a choice between people who have been publicly funded and those who have been privately funded. And we think that's a good thing for voters to have that choice. It also gives people who have worked hard in the community a chance to run for city council if they decide to do that. But some people just don't want to raise private funding. They just don't, it doesn't appeal to them, and or they're not connected to private funding people, so they look forward to having the opportunity for public funding. Thank you.
Council President, do we still have time?
Yes, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. John Hartley here. I'm a resident of Hillcrest. I'm a campaign coordinator for the Clean Elections campaign and the newly elected president of the Uptown Democratic Club. I just want to bring a couple points here. We, as another speaker said, our Mark Linsky, our chair, we've been here before, 4 years ago. We heard the need for funding, the crisis over funding, and when we came back, we listened to that, and we cut our costs in half. Instead of $6 million a year, our proposal has $3 million a year. I just want to reiterate that we listened. Two, I want to and repeat, this is voluntary only, voluntary. In other words, if we have clean elections for the city, the candidates can still run the traditional way. And third, I want to urge you to put this on the ballot, to make a contribution for people who candidates who come after us as a gift of contribution to those who come after us. Thank you. Thanks for the time.
All right, thank you for the presentation. That concludes the time for the presentation. We will now move to public comment on this item.
Thank you, Council President. The public comment period for item 2C is now open, and we have received 5 speaker slips from individuals in chambers. We will take these 5 individuals first. Susan Camper, please approach the lectern, and you'll be followed by Richard Castro, followed by Arthur Harrison.
Can you hear me? Yes. I'm from District 3. My name is Susan Camper, and I'm here to support clean elections. I just wanted to say that clean elections offers opportunities and an alternative avenue to Sandiegans, whether or not they may want a leadership role or to be involved in, participate in the dialogue of community decision making. In discussions on clean elections that I've been involved in throughout different communities in San Diego, I've definitely noticed positive rapport and interest. So I ask you to put San Diego clean elections on in the vote for the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Castro, followed by Arthur Harrison, followed by Luis Montero Adams.
Thank you. I believe in democracy. Do you? The clean elections proposal before you is an opportunity for our city to prove its democratic convictions. As our history of elections stands today, that history is proof of Will Rogers' observation. Politics has become so expensive that it takes a lot of money simply to be defeated. We are here today in an attempt to bring real democracy to our local elections, to make it possible for able, sincere, and hardworking people to win the minds, hearts, and votes of their fellow citizens. It is the objective of the proposal, to paraphrase John Kennedy, we need candidates and voters who can dream of things that never were and ask, why not?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Arthur Harrison, followed by Luis Montero Adams, followed by Lori Saldana.
Hello, my name's Art Harrison. I live in the 9th District, and I'm here to support the democracy that the clean election program promotes. I'm sorry, I don't have a prepared statement, but I do like the idea of one man, one vote instead of $1, one vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Luis Montero Adams, followed by Lori Saldana.
Good morning. My name is Luis Montero Adams, pronounced he, him, his, Director of Engage San Diego. And I'm here today speaking on behalf of a growing coalition of local and statewide groups, including the League of Women Voters San Diego, Viet Voices, San Diegans for Justice, Represent Us, California Common Cause, Think Dignity, and more. Although we support clean elections as a subject matter, we are advocating for one that will do more to empower our communities in the election process. Our coalition is currently working on a future ballot measure with the working title under Democracy Dollars, which has seen an increase of voter and small donor participation in the cities that have already implemented similar programs. I wanted to introduce our coalition today to ensure that members of this Rules Committee and the Council have Democracy Dollars on their radar. We plan to reach out to schedule meetings with each of you in the coming weeks to discuss this further, and I thank you for your time today.
Thank you. And our final speaker in chambers is Lori Saldana.
Thank you. Yes, I support this. As a former assembly member who served on the Elections and Redistricting Committee, we saw increasingly the value of having elections be as clean in terms of campaign financing. But unfortunately, the Supreme Court decided under the Citizens United ruling that money equals speech. And that means those with more money can overwhelm those who have less money. And we unfortunately see that continuing here in San Diego. So I want to support this because I think just as we changed from citywide city council elections a few decades ago to give the people in the districts the opportunity to hear more from the candidates, I think San Diego needs to continue that idea of reform, making the local money and local decision making more powerful, and taking away the power of overwhelming amounts of outside money that often influence San Diego elections. So I support this reform measure, and I hope that you will put it on the ballot.
Thank you. That concludes in-person testimonies. We'll move to the virtual queue. We currently have 8 hands raised in the virtual queue. We will begin with Jay. Please provide your comments. You'll have 1 minute.
Good morning, San Diego City Council members. I am Dr. Raghavan Jayakumar, and I live in Scripps Ranch, which is in District 5. I strongly support clean elections, and I ask you to vote to put the clean elections on the ballot. I know that the people who brought this proposal to the committee have been working on it for many years with the sincere hope that one day people who are dedicated and who are sincere will want to serve the public can overcome the power of money in elections and negotiate and establish right city policies and measures. I ask the council, and in particular my district member, to increase public trust in government by putting clean elections on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carl Damas. Carl, please provide your comments.
My name is Carl Demas, and I'm past president of the Serra Mesa Community Council. And in the voice of neighborhood empowerment, what I would like to do is to ask you to vote to put clean elections on the ballot. This is something that we really need. I think we want to have neighborhood involvement. We want to hear from people that think that maybe government isn't working for them. So I want to give them that opportunity, and I thank you for the opportunity of being able to express this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gary Sendak. Jerry Senda, please provide your comments. Jerry, I have given you permission to speak. Okay, we can come back to you. Phyllis McGrath. Phyllis McGrath, I have unmuted you. Please provide your comments. Okay, let's go back to Jerry Senda. I see you've unmuted yourself. Please provide your comments.
Yes, can you hear me okay? Jerry
Yes.
Senda, University City. Clean elections is public financing of campaigns. It seems to me that since the public is already paying for elections through the registrars of voters, that clean elections would increase representation. Currently, candidates must be well off enough to split their time between fundraising and campaigning, but with clean elections, candidates would only campaign. Thank you. End of testimony.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Phyllis McGrath. Please provide your comments. Okay, we'll come back to you. The original, please provide your comments.
First of all, this is a constitutional republic, and so all of this democracy talk is a bunch of BS and democracy dollars. I don't really know what that means. And there are no clean elections as long as there's money involved. And that's the whole point, is so that they can put in whoever they want. And it's a pay to play type of game. And if there were fair elections, you wouldn't have to spend any of that kind of money just to try and better your community and be, someone that is so supposed to represent the people. And where is this money supposed to come from? We're in a huge deficit, billions of dollars. And I'm just wondering where you guys think that this money will come from and who's going to fit the bill. It's going to be the people, obviously. But I mean, if we can't even provide stormwater, I mean, what are you going to say, that we need to put in a tax to, put upon the people to allow for this to happen? Or how about we just totally reform the way elections go entirely and take the money out of it? Because if you do, then people are going to be put in because of who they are, not what they have.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark S. Mark, please provide your comments.
Hi, my name is Mark Spitzer. I live in North Park. I would just urge you to send this measure to the City Council. I've noticed that there is a decrease in confidence in city government among my friends and associates over the last several years. And this measure would ultimately increase the confidence of people in San Diego, in the mayor and the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Audrey. Audrey, please provide your comments. Audrey, I have given you permission to speak. Please provide your comments.
It's Maurice. Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
Okay. Yeah, I am in support of clean elections. And the reason why is because it seems like politics has become survival of the richest. And the people who have the most money control what happens in regards to our lives. And I would really appreciate if I had people to vote for who come from humble or beginnings and know what it's like to live in this United States of America without a lot of riches. So please, let us at least give it up to the voters to decide whether they want this or not. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wayne English.
Hey, yes, Wayne English from South San Diego area. I'm definitely for clean elections. I simply want to see money out of the election process. We need to clean the whole operation and have clean elections. Thank you.
Thank you. Phyllis McGrath.
Good morning, Rules Committee. I am Phyllis McGrath, an active member of District 1 since I moved here in 1971. I am asking you to please vote to put clean elections on the November ballot. I would like us to have the positive impact clean elections has had in Maine and Arizona, which implemented them in 2000. Let us join this group. I ask you, Member LaCava, Kim, Moreno, and Rivera, put clean elections on the November ballot for all of us to improve our city government. Thank you once again for your consideration. Goodbye.
Thank you. And we have one final speaker in the virtual queue, John Stump. Please provide your comments.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to join my friends, the presenters, in supporting clean elections. It's one of the things I hope you'll do is at least refer this for further study and clarification. Secondly, this proposal should apply also to the San Diego Unified School District elections. The San Diego School District elections has fallen apart. They now have more and more unopposed elections. That's either a reflection that they're doing the most wonderful job in the world and are the most handsome people and smell like sugar cookies, or that there's so much money involved that nobody dares to oppose them. Please continue consideration of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. And Council President, that concludes public comment on item 2C.
Thank you, Natalie. I want to start by saying I very much do appreciate this proposal. It certainly aligns with my beliefs about elections. They should be available and affordable to all who wish to step forward. So in concept, I agree with the proposal. However, at what's presented today provides me with lots of questions, ranging from my concerns about the Ethics Commission's ability and the appropriateness of them overseeing and administering this program, the way in which they were or were not engaged on this issue. And in addition to that, there's the application specifically and only to the city council, while not applying to the city attorney's race or the mayoral race. There's probably a way that's probably a way of trimming down the budgetary impact, which I know the proponents were given instruction to do last time. But I don't think that the inconsistency across city offices is appropriate. And then finally, there are a number of civic engagement organizations across San Diego that have done an incredible, inspiring job of expanding the electorate over the last couple of decades. And I don't see them as part of this coalition despite their interest in this topic. And so, again, while I wholeheartedly support the concept, the proposal before us today does not have the details or specificity that I feel comfortable with moving forward. The lack of engagement of those other civic engagement organizations, again, is a problem to me, especially because of the representation piece there. I, again, appreciate the proponents, but I will not be making a motion to move this forward. I'll turn to Councilmember Campillo.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate your comments. I see the questions need to be answered, and at this stage, every ballot initiative has questions that need to be answered. Mr. Hartley, it's good to see you. We've been talking about this for 5, maybe even 6 years at this point. I wholeheartedly support public financing, and I see some of the wisdom in how it's been curtailed from prior versions that you and your coalition have put forward. I know there's people who are coalitions of other groups that want to see different mechanisms that have their own virtues, but also their own drawbacks. I think it's not a bad idea to start with city council races, which are 1/9 the size of city races. That'll save us cost. We get to see if the program would work over the course of several cycles. So it would be the good test case, but also saving us money. I think that the particularities of needing to get qualifying contributions and the caps on how much can be spent per resident, that shows the thought that the proponents have put into this. I think that as we look for a system, there's going to be disagreements on what that looks like. I think that there's questions that need to be answered. And I know that there's the question of just overall, how much money is this going to cost? How much is it going to impact our budget? How much public services are we supposed to be putting forward? Investing in clean elections is an investment in the trust of the public, which is an incredibly valuable aspect. I'm not entirely sure that what's in front of us at the very, very moment is fully baked, but nothing's fully baked. But because I want to see this explored further, I'll make a motion that the proponents work with District 7 staff to work on ballot language to bring forward at a future point. I think that we should have work moving forward, move the ball forward as best we can and see where we get. Because I know that the proponents have worked for decades on this, and let's see where we can go with this. That concludes my motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Campillo. So we've got a motion on the floor, and I do not see an additional request to speak. And with that being the case, there is no action taken on the item, and we will hear our next item, please.
Thank you, Council President. Sub-item 2D, consideration of a ballot measure proposed by Bill Powers regarding Power San Diego Electric Distribution Utility. Mr. Powers, please approach the lectern, and you will have 5 minutes to present your proposal.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Could I have the slides, please? Good morning, Chair Elo Rivera and Rules Committee members. My name is Bill Powers, Chair of the Power San Diego ballot initiative to form a municipal electric distribution utility in the city. I'm here today to request that you approve further review of this proposal and direct it to the Audit Committee or the Budget and Finance Committee for that review. Next slide. Why present this initiative to Rules Committee for action? You can just slide right through the lines. The City Council is the most direct pathway to the ballot. An outline of this initiative passed initial review by Rules last summer. It is now an excellent and fully developed ordinance that could be added to the municipal code tomorrow. Polling shows the initiative is popular. SDG&E knows it too. It's formed a PAC and funded it with nearly $700,000 to stop it. Next slide, please. You can go ahead and switch. Yes, sorry about that. So, the initiative again is about lower rates. That red line, SDG&E's rate history, last 8 years. High and rising rates. Those lines below it, the 5 largest public utilities in the state. Low rates, stable rates. Next slide. 10% per year rate increases are the new normal. That's what you see in those dashed lines showing 2023 to 2026. This is the California Public Utilities Commission graphic.
We are paying the highest rates in the nation. SDG&E is making record-breaking profits. SDG&E executives are making record-breaking pay. All as lower-income San Diegans get priced out of the city. Next. There is no effective state regulation of SDG&E. This editorial board, UT editorial board comment got it right. It's regulatory capture at the Public Utilities Commission. This is a fox watching the hen house situation. We are the hens. Next. And that has enabled this ongoing SDG&E attack on rooftop solar. So, what is our vision? Power San Diego. Local control. Lower not-for-profit rates. Focus on local solar as the least cost power by avoiding burdensome SDG&E transmission charges. It's the fastest route to decarbonization, and it's the best way to keep green jobs here in the city. Next. You can go ahead and go through. Should we wait for more study? No. Current study is the third study, feasibility study in 6+ years. Second study was also done by New Gen Strategies in 2020, the contractor currently being used by the city for the third study. The initiative relies on the good information in all three studies. No more study is needed, and it may be moot. The proposed fiscal 2025 budget zeroes out additional funding for these studies. Next. So, findings of the second feasibility study, New Gen Strategies again, looked only at an electric distribution utility alternative. It is the simplest structure, and it's got the fastest implementation timeline. The ballot initiative is designed around this structure. And you can skip this slide and go to the next. This is a screenshot of SDG&E's Political Action Committee website. We, Power San Diego, use the phase 1 valuation numbers that the city paid for. That's where our $3.5 billion asset value comes from the city study. SDG&E now sees the phase 1 numbers as a threat because they are reasonable and they are accurate. In response, SDG&E has created much bigger numbers, essentially out of thin air. The SDG&E numbers would not last 5 minutes in a condemnation court proceeding. Next. Power San Diego would welcome union labor, this union labor. It will meet or exceed terms of the IBW 465 collective bargaining agreement with SDG&E. It will also encourage unionization generally. Next. The risk of staying with SDG&E, the bigger risk is staying with SDG&E. Higher and higher rates, no local control. It is time for a change. Thank you.
Thank you. We will begin public comment. As a reminder, each speaker will have 1 minute, and please be prepared to come up to the lectern in the order called when I call your name. We will begin with James Ferguson, followed by Nate Fairman, followed by Cristo Gomez. Excuse me, James, you've had time seated by Sam Drummy. Sam, can you please raise your hand? Thank you. So yes, you'll have 2 minutes.
I'm happy to make these points today when citizens are able to come and ask for accountability. A commonly heard concern and main argument used by SDG&E is that cities generally, and San Diego specifically, cannot effectively run a complex electrical power system. However, we have excellent models in Sacramento Municipal Utility District and LA Power and Water, among others, 46 others, California Public Utilities, and others nationwide, and they achieve better customer satisfaction with higher reliability than the for-profit companies regularly, while providing rates roughly half of what we are paying. And we pay 3 times the national average. In January, I called SDG&E to examine why my 200 amp main panel that electricians told me was frying, and what would be the explanation for that? The electrician who was dispatched tested it and said, there's a lot of solar systems around in this neighborhood, and on sunny days, these old circuits just can't handle the loads produced, so they just send it back. So profits are more important than facilitating distribution and produced power. City utilities in California are highly qualified, hire highly qualified management, and the union workers are essentially the same. With the same contract and representation, we honor and thank them. They don't make those decisions. The Electric Utility Enterprise Fund would be supported by rates only and not have access to the general fund. And it would save people in the city and people under stress and having to move out of it a lot of money. And unlike a Fortune 500 company with a monopoly and a government sinecure, there is
Thank you.
recourse.
This does conclude your time. Thank you. Our next speaker is Nate Fairman, followed by Cristo Gomez, followed by Ellen Nash. And Nate, you've been seated time by Richard Saldana. Please raise your hand. Richard. Noelia Colon, please raise your hand. Noelia, thank you. And then Jessica Stanton, please raise your hand. I cannot see. Okay, Jaden Richardson, thank you. So you'll have 5 minutes. Please begin.
All right, good morning, Chair Elo Rivera, council members and staff. My name is Nate Fairman. I'm the business manager for IBW Local Union 465, where I have the privilege to represent 2,900 skilled utility workers here in Southern California. Today, I urge you to reject this proposed ballot measure that seeks to forcibly take over our electric grid, imposing a direct threat on our union jobs here in San Diego. I want to be clear, municipalization and this proposal are not union friendly, and the working class families that I represent do not support this, period. In fact, when drafting this proposed measure, Bill Powers and his team did not consult with the very workers who maintain the electric grid currently. Our input would have highlighted significant risks, including damage to our union retirement plans, wages, job mobility, and safety standards. Please, we urge you not to gamble essential public services on a union-busting government takeover of our utility. Again, I'm going to give you 3 reasons why this is a terrible idea. Reason number 1, the city has bigger priorities, like we heard earlier this morning. We already struggle to address complex issues without this $10 billion gamble with public resources. Public housing, housing affordability, homelessness, storm drain repairs and infrastructure needs, proper billing for our water customers, dam maintenance and repair. Please tackle these pressing issues. Reason number 2, your city employees are against this move. Talk to MEA and talk to AFSCME Local 127. They're opposed to municipalization. San Diego firefighters, Local 145, are opposed to municipalization. The San Diego and Imperial Counties Labor Council and IBW Local 465 were opposed to municipalization. And our city leaders should oppose municipalization and work with us on real priorities that we can accomplish and tackle together. In addition, the city's mission-critical jobs already today have vacancy rates as high as 25 to 50%. That can't happen in our business. That would mean longer outages for customers. That would mean blackouts and delay in projects. That's unacceptable. We ask you to please take care of your existing employees before recklessly adding 2,100 more in a union-busting government takeover of our utility. Please show us that you can meet the needs and interests of your current employees first. And reason number 3, municipalization is union busting. There's nothing in this proposal that guarantees one job for my existing members at SDG&E. There's nothing that ensures their pay or benefits or working conditions that we have fought for over 100 years is protected. Union jobs will be lost in this proposal. I will have to recertify every single employee who chooses or may choose to go to the city that transfers over. And at that point, union membership with the city or the public entity would be optional due to the Janus versus AFSCME case. Our 100-year-old private sector union contract would be decimated as it transitioned to public sector where labor laws are completely different. This is union busting and this is bad for workers. Finally, I would like to say, please stand up in this room if you're opposed to this ballot initiative. You could please stand up in this room. So I ask you to please stand with us today. Stand with the union workers at IBW Local 465 that have done this work for over 100 years, that want to continue to do this work. I ask you to stand with us and vote against this risky proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cristo Gomez. Cristo Gomez, please provide your comments of 1 minute.
Morning, council members. My name is Cristo Gomez. I am a shop steward and a 7-year member of IBEW 465. I operate equipment for gas and electric emergencies here in San Diego. I'm also a veteran with 22 years of service in the Marine Corps. I wanted to read something that I saw on the homepage of Power San Diego's website. Power San Diego's mission is to lower rates. It is possible immediately due to a change in business model. Short-term savings at 20% and long-term savings $20 billion by 2042. I can tell you right now that those changes will not be immediate, and they'll surely be at the expense of union workers like myself and all my brothers and sisters behind me. So in this proposal, do they just want to take over the electric? What about the 500 gas workers and their families who work for IBEW 465?
Thank
Will
you.
I lose my job?
This does conclude your time. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ellen Nash, followed by Monica Valadez, followed by Cecilia Marquez. Please come up to the front of the room when I call your name.
Yes, hello. Good morning or afternoon, whatever it is. My name is Ellen Nash. I'm the chair of the San Diego chapter of the Black American Political Association of California, and I'm here to express our strong opposition to the proposed ballot measure for a government-run electric utility. Supporters are struggling with signature collection and are now seeking council intervention to place this risky measure on the ballot. Where is the community voice? This isn't just an attempt to bypass the ongoing initiative process. It's costly risk committing the city to $9.3 billion or more in new debt. The city already has its hands full. Some of the union members have already expressed that. This will only get worse if the city purchases a multi-billion-dollar electric grid and will only end up paying more. Every day I hear from families burdened by financial struggles. Adding this immense debt would be reckless and
Thank you.
unfair.
This does conclude
We
your time.
stand with San
Thank
Diego
you.
working families and vote against
does
this
conclude your
proposal.
time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monica Valadez, followed by Cecilia Marquez, followed by Steve Seeley. Please begin.
Okay. My name is Monica Valadez. I'm a member of the IBEW 465. I've been a dispatcher for over 20 years. Union member my family has been a union member for over 40 years. I'm a third generation IBEW. I am also a resident of District 4, and I am a proud member of the union and my community as part of the Cesar Chavez Service Club. I'm here to express my absolute opposition to this proposed ballot measure to force a city takeover of the electric grid and undermine our union jobs. Simply put, this proposal is a costly gamble that puts our union contracts in the crosshairs. None of the supporters contacted the actual workers when they drafted this proposal. We cannot trust their claims that they will protect our union jobs and benefits when they didn't trust us when drafting their initiative or this proposal. Please vote against this risky measure. We power San Diego.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cecilia Marquez. Cecilia Marquez, followed by Steve Seeley, followed by Myra Aguilar. Please begin.
My name is Cecilia Marquez. I'm born and raised in San Diego. I'm a single mother, homeowner, and 21-year employee at San Diego Gas and Electric, and a proud union dispatcher. I'm a shop steward in my union, and I always fight for workers' rights on the job site, in the streets, and here with the City Council. The city currently does not have staff with the qualifications, background, or skills to manage and operate an electric utility. The city cannot expect to hire existing SDG&E staff. Simply put, there is no guarantee that our jobs will carry over to a city-run utility, and even if they do, wages, salaries, and benefits could change considerably. The ballot proposal is reckless, it is wrong, and the city has much bigger priorities: homelessness, affordable housing, and fixing our storm drains. So that way what happened in my childhood neighborhood of Encano doesn't happen again. Municipalization, it is union busting. I urge City Council not to proceed any further with this effort. Please vote no on adding this to the November ballot. Thank you.
This does conclude your time. Our next speaker is Steve Seeley. Steve, you're followed by Myra, followed by Carl.
My name is Steve Seeley. I'm a welder and gas work informant at SDG&E. I'm also a shop steward for IBEW 465. I work in the natural gas business. I don't see anything in this proposal to take care of me or my family. What will my job look like in 5 to 20 years? I guess that's not the city's problem. I guess Bill Powers doesn't care. Because in this proposal, you only care about electric. In this proposal, you don't see a future for me or my job. You have it wrong. I talk to renters, businesses, restaurants every day who depend on natural gas. The majority of them cannot afford all electric appliances, and most can't make that transition. But that's not your problem, right? Don't gamble with good union jobs at SDG&E with the city takeover, especially an electric-only takeover that has zero protections for my union job or my family. I urge the city council not to proceed any further with this effort. Municipalization is union busting. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Myra Aguilar, followed by Carl Miller, followed by Adam Height.
Before the next speaker, since the chair stepped out, can you please help us move the meeting along by not applauding, raise your hands, do that. It'll make us the meeting go much faster. We know you're here in support. Raise your hands to show that you support the speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Elio Rivera, City Council member and staff. My name is Mayra Aguilar. I'm a proud member of the IBEW 465, and I'm a union dispatcher for SDG&E for the last 19 years. I dispatch our gas and electric crews to construction jobs and emergencies every day that keep our system in the safest and most reliable in the nation. My father was a 35-year member at ATU Local 1309, and my family has strong roots in the San Diego labor movement. I would like to comment on the proposal to force takeover of SDG&E and me and my coworkers possibly losing our jobs. We should not gamble with good union jobs at SDG&E with a city takeover. The city currently does not have staff with the qualifications, backgrounds, or skills to manage and operate a gas and utility. There is no guarantee that our jobs will carry over to the city utility. I urge you, the city council, not to proceed any further with the efforts. Municipalization is union busting. Thank you very much.
Your time. Thank you. Our next speaker is Carl Miller, followed by Adam Height, followed by Irene McCormick.
Hi, good morning. Chairman Elio Rivera, honorable city council members. My name's Carl Miller. I'm the CEO of Jingoli Power. I have over 40 years experience in the engineering, procurement, construction services for electrical and gas utility systems. My experience in the energy industry has shown me how important it is to have a comprehensive operations plan in place, highly skilled and competent operators, like this group back here, working on the electrical and the gas system. I'm asking this committee to vote against the proposed ballot measure to force a government takeover of the electrical grid on this basis. The proponents for this measure, for this risky measure, have not presented any plan for how they will operate. The utility in the city currently has no or little experience in managing an electrical system. Under this proposal, the grid would be managed by 5 board members chosen at random by drawing names out of a hat with no experience required. Simply put, this is a recipe for disaster. Please vote no against placing this reckless idea on the ballot.
Thank you. This does conclude your time. Thank you. Adam Hyde, followed by Irene McCormick, followed by Lane Charman.
Good morning, council members. My name is Adam Heidi. I'm a 21-year retired naval officer and resident District 1. My concern in opposition against this is why would the city take risk at having a non-engineered, non-planned electric grid takeover with potentially having an impact on critical infrastructure, specifically the Department of Defense, military, and military housing. In doing that, you're at risk of the military looking at a different locality because they want reliability. That's all they want, is reliability of their infrastructure. The UC San Diego Rady School of Management recently did a military economic impact study for fiscal year 23. 354,000 jobs were part of the military, and 56.4 billion gross regional product part of the military, which is 23.6% of San Diego. So I don't even think you'd want to take this risk and give the military a chance to go somewhere else.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Irene McCormick, followed by Lane Charman, followed by Steve Hansen.
Good morning, council members. My name is Irene McCormick, and I am here today on behalf of the San Diego Working Waterfront to ask that you reject the proposed measure that would force a government takeover of the electric grid. The San Diego Working Waterfront represents our region's shipbuilding and repair, shipping and trade, and hospitality businesses, among many others doing business around San Diego Bay. These industries and the thousands of employees who work there, and the multiple U.S. naval bases that call the region home, rely on a functional, reliable, and competent energy system. It is unreasonable to propose $9.3 billion in new debt to form a government-run utility that has no operational plan in place, thus placing our businesses at risk and the families who will rely on them at risk. Please vote against placing this measure on the November ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lane Sharman, and you've been seated time by Spencer Levine. Can you please raise your hand, Spencer? Thank you. So you'll have 2 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you very much. My name is Lane Sharman, and I'm a resident of the city of San Diego and a commissioner of the Climate Action Commission. I have been working for 20 years in the energy industry. I know what I'm talking about. Connect the dots. Why do we have climate change? Because we have companies like Sempra Energy that invest all of their proceeds into continuing the exploration of natural gas. Where does Sempra Energy get its funding from? $1 billion of our hard-earned money came out of our pockets this last year to fund climate change business Sempra Energy. I'm asking you to connect the dots. Why do we have problems with funding in San Diego? Because millions of dollars are coming out of our economy unfairly and into the pockets of Sempra Energy via San Diego Gas and Electric. This is a connect the dot problem, and I'm asking all of you to recognize that all of the public utilities are all operated by union employees. This is what has been happening for 10 or 15 years, that the utilities have been funding misinformation and disinformation. This is more of the same. We need a change, and by giving us a change, we give us all a better future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Hansen, followed by Emma Rodriguez, followed by Erica Morgan.
Good morning. I'm Steve Hansen. I'm a resident of San Diego for 58 years. Power San Diego has come about in response to the unconscionable actions of our current power provider, SDG&E. Not only do we pay the highest rates for power in the nation, SDG&E is hostile to one of the best San Diego options for power, rooftop solar. Their actions and rate structure ensures that hundreds of millions of dollars in profit a year leave the city, money that could be used to lower rates and encourage the adoption of rooftop solar if we had a municipal electric utility. I urge you to use your political will to place the Power of San Diego ballot measure on the November ballot for us to vote on. I'm counting on you to level the playing field with this measure. Let's get democracy deciding our future, not corporate profits.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emma Rodriguez, followed by Erica Morgan, followed by Gail Viamonte.
Hello, my name is Emma Rodriguez, and I'm here as a resident of District 1 and a representative of San Diego 350. The recent budget proposal by the mayor proposes cutting funding for climate equity projects. But the people of San Diego deserve a choice in the future they want to see. Personally, I'd like to see transit infrastructure, better stormwater systems, and public power. Let's get more solar on rooftops, fair electricity rates, and local control over the direction of our utilities. I urge you as city council members to do the right thing and put this Power San Diego ballot initiative on the November 2024 ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Erica Morgan, followed by Gail Viamonte, followed by B. Mittermiller. Ready? Please begin.
Good
1
morning.
minute.
My name is Erica Morgan. I'm a small business owner and resident in District 3, and I have 3 reasons to support this measure. First, I've been a clean energy consultant for over 40 years, and I've seen how these clean energy technologies have multiplied across San Diego. But recently, growth has stalled as the CPUC and utilities have tightened their rules. These decentralized energy technologies are ready for the unpredictable future facing us, but today we can't scale them. The monopoly utility has a stranglehold on pricing and interconnection. City management would change this. Second, I've been nominated to the city's new local resilience advisory board, yet a climate-ready, resilient electricity system cannot happen under the current system of monopoly control. Lastly, third and last, I love this city, and I want to see our climate-resilient San Diego be a thriving, exciting place. Yet everything we've tried on the clean energy side and will try and must try to get there will be delayed, overpriced,
conclude your
and
time.
thwarted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gail Viamonte, and you've been seated time by Michael Brando. Please raise your hand. And Robert Lampa. Thank you. So you'll have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. My name is Gail Viamonte, and I live in Council President Elo Rivera's district. Rules Committee members, thank you in advance for what you can do for our city. Your citizens are suffering needlessly. You know this, and you have an opportunity to do something about it. Roughly 25% of San Diegans cannot keep up with their gas and electric bills and owe debts of $600 or more. Look on social media platforms such as Nextdoor or listen at local gathering places. Many San Diegans are waking up in the middle of the night to do their laundry. They sit shivering or sweating in their apartments or homes, all in vain attempts to make the energy bills manageable. Now, I previously lived in a state where we had 4 extreme seasons, where heat and sometimes air conditioning were life-saving, and I paid a fraction of my SD&G&E bill. Speaking for myself, I assume I have to pay fair rates for water, gas, electricity. But the current rates and approach are not solely private industry at work. They represent unbridled profit of $1 million a day made off the backs of San Diegans and uncontrolled greed. Exorbitant rates and unchecked profits literally mean dollars and other resources from individual San Diegans and the city itself are being bled off to go out of state and out of country. And I'm sorry, but the city council is currently responsible for sanctioning this. You're responsible as well for allowing SDG&E to undermine the state goal and national need for greener energy. Solar energy is progressively being disincentivized. In the absence of a responsive California Public Utilities Commission and the presence of a city-approved contract, SDG&E continues to exploit its position. Now, mine has been a union family. Quite frankly, neither I nor I think anyone here feels that we can take on or have any desire to take on the highly skilled and dedicated work it takes that current union members make. If you look at the proposal, it says that there will be meeting or exceeding the current agreement and benefits. Now, I don't know if leadership has shared that fact, and I do understand there's a loyalty clause in workers' contracts that require them to show up and be on behalf of this sort of conversation. But I'd just like to hold something up, well, which you can't read, but I'll read it. So, average residential electricity rates across California. Sacramento, public utility, 18 cents per kilowatt hour. Los
This
Angeles,
does conclude
28.
your time. Thank you.
Us, 48. Thank you.
Thank you. B. Mittermiller, you are next. Our next speaker, followed by Calvin Barrios, followed by Corinne Wilson. And as a reminder, please come up to the front of the room when I call your name and be prepared to come to the lectern. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Elo Rivera and other council members. I'm B. Mittermiller. I'm a volunteer with San Diego 350 and a resident of District 1. I'm speaking today in strong support of the ballot initiative to replace SDG&E with a not-for-profit public power utility in the city of San Diego. As a for-profit, investor-owned utility, SDG&E is motivated by creating profits for its shareholders, not for the needs and desires of its customers, nor by the necessary changes to generating energy that we need to slow down and reverse climate change. Please allow this initiative to go on the November ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelvin Barrios, followed by Corinne Wilson, followed by Jason Pagiao. And Kelvin, you've been seated time by Sergio Machado. Please raise your hand. And Otis, please raise your hand. Thank you. So you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, council members. My name is Kelvin Barrios. I'm here with the Laborers Union, Local 89, here on behalf of my business manager, Valentin Macedo, and our nearly 5,000 members in San Diego County, as well with the members we brought here today in the orange shirts in the back there. I'm here today to communicate our continued opposition to municipalization and specifically the Power San Diego initiative before you. We do not believe this initiative will benefit the city, its taxpayers, and our members today, tomorrow, or 10 years from now. We know the operating costs as well as the potential acquisition of the infrastructure could cost the city and working families north of $9 billion. At a time of budget cuts and unfunded infrastructure needs, saddling San Diegans and future generations, billions of dollars in debt is not acceptable. We know to successfully manage a reliable utility and keep the lights on 24/7 requires significant capital investment in infrastructure as well as a highly skilled workforce with competitive wages and benefits and construction expertise to build and maintain the grid and pipeline in San Diego. And as we know, La Una or any other working families organizations were not asked to provide feedback or input in the drafting of Power San Diego. Those of us who build, operate, and maintain San Diego's grid are a stakeholder and should absolutely be included in conversations related to municipalization. We don't believe this is a business or service the city should ever get into. I did want to expand on the point. We were not included at all in the conversations. There's one line in the ballot measure that says we're protected, and there absolutely needs to be more conversations. It's a lot more complex issues when you're dealing with labor agreements than we believe the drafters are even aware of. Again, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Corinne Wilson, followed by Jason Pagiao, followed by Lawrence Carr. Corinne? Okay, we'll come back to you. Jason Pagiao, please approach the lectern. You'll have 1 minute.
Good morning, Council President and members of the committee. Jason Pagiao, President and CEO of the Asian Business Association. The City of San Diego is home to more than 6,000 Asian and Pacific Islander-owned small businesses. These are predominantly small business owners who own restaurants and bars and personal care services. In order for these truly small businesses to be successful, they must rely upon government policies that allow them the best opportunities to succeed, and many of which you have all championed. A takeover of the electricity grid and city-owned utility is not one of those policies, particularly with the proposal costing San Diegans more than $13 billion, creating debt with no guarantees of benefits for residents and business owners. Despite the recent challenges of the pandemic, Asian-owned businesses have remained resilient and are trying to stay hopeful for prosperous economic times ahead. This optimism can only be achieved through good governance and certainty. Power San Diego simply offers neither. It also prematurely jumps ahead of the city's own study. We respectfully ask you not support this measure and not allow further disruptions in the recovery of our local economy. And out of a hat.
This does conclude your time. Thank you. Lawrence Carr, you're next, followed by Jennifer Wilson, followed by Emmett Farrell.
Good morning. My name is Larry Carr. I'm a native San Diegan and a registered professional engineer with the state of California for over 30 years. I've examined the numbers. I'm a numbers guy. San Diego Gas and Electric is terrible. You've heard the high rates, the low customer satisfaction. From any other job, they would have been fired years ago. Can a municipal electric company do the job? Absolutely. The answer is clear. Just look around. Los Angeles, Anaheim, Sacramento, Austin, Long Island. The list goes on of municipally run electric companies that outperform San Diego Gas and Electric by far. This is not rocket science. It can be done. It's not a coincidence that they all are better than San Diego Gas and Electric. And they're all done with city workers and with union workers. And the proposal does maintain that. That's clear. You just need to read the proposal. So the question is, do you want to be on the right side with ratepayers,
Thank you. This does
taxpayers?
conclude your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Wilson, followed by Emmett Farrell, followed by Jackson Rodelander.
Chair Ela Rivera and honorable committee members. My name is Jennifer Wilson, and I'm a business agent with IBW Local 569, representing 3,700 union electricians and power professionals. We are here to express solidarity with our union sisters and brothers in IBW 465. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emmett Farrell, followed by Jackson Rodelander, followed by AJ Estrada.
Good morning, council members. I'm Father Emmett Farrell, and I want to share my reason for being here today to support the public-owned nonprofit utility. Last year, SDG&E was instrumental in passing an ordinance that said if you were not signed up for solar panels before the 13th of April, they were only going to pay us a fourth or a third of what they were going to turn around and sell that same energy for. So I got in touch with a salesman, signed up on the 17th of March for solar panels. And the next 2 days later, I got a contract with Sunrun. And a couple of weeks later, I got another email saying my contract was canceled. There was not any reason, real substantial reason given. Working with another solar company to get my solar panels, I found out that I was canceled not by Sunrun, but by SDG&E, along with hundreds or thousands of other people who had signed up to get a fair price for the excess energy that we were going to produce with our solar panels. I don't consider that fair. I don't consider that
Thank you.
ethical.
This does conclude your time.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jackson Rodelander, and you've been seated time by John Hartley. Please raise your hand. Marie Jolstrom. John Hartley. Okay, so you'll have 2 minutes. Please begin.
All right. I'm sorry, I've never done this before. I'm not here to talk to these guys. I'm here to talk to you guys. I don't work for Power San Diego, but I am a union member, CWG, and I will always, always support my union brothers and sisters in any fight they have against their bosses. And all of you in IBEW, you guys are doing the work that we all need you to do. You guys are the ones that actually keep the city running. You deserve at least everything that you're getting paid now. The problem with SDG&E is not you. It is the C-suite, it's the board, it's the corporate shareholders. They offer nothing. They produce nothing. They provide nothing. They exist for one reason. They exist to raise prices quarterly, year over year, to extract as much from us, from our community, as they possibly can. And I see your shirts, you want to talk about debt? A quarter of the families in the city are in debt to your bosses. The average debt is $708 per household. Y'all ever been in the red like that? Like choosing between rent and hot water? Because I have. That's debt. That's debt. And why is that happening? After you all get paid, after you get the benefits you worked for that you deserve, and after the executives take their millions, and after the board take their millions, they still squeeze so much more out of us that Sempra got almost $1 billion in pure profit last year, which broke the record from the previous year, which broke the record from the previous year. That's the money that we save by municipalizing, not your pay. That's the money we save. And you are here right now as the enemy of every family drowning in debt to SDG&E, and you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be the bad guys here. Read the bill. You earned your power. It's not at risk. It's guaranteed by the bill. Sempra's investors and their stooges are lying to you, and they're going to keep lying to you. But what's worse is that they're making you come here and lie for them. That's more shameful. They see you as tools. And why wouldn't they? Who can blame them? It's not complicated. They're making more money a day off of your labor than any of us will ever see in a lifetime.
Thank you.
As
This
far
does
as they're
conclude your
concerned,
time.
your dignity is the cost of doing business.
This does conclude your time. And our next speaker is AJ Estrada, followed by Dory Brugman, followed by Carolyn Chase.
Good evening. Good morning, Council. My name is Anselmo Estrada, here representing the San Diego Building and Construction Trades Council, made up of 22 affiliated unions, over 35,000 trade unionists, here in solidarity with our sisters and brothers, asking you to not support the San Diego Powers Bill. Our council is also opposed to Power San Diego. We do not believe this would benefit the city, its taxpayers, or its taxpayers, which our members are also a part of. The city will incur approximately $9.3 billion in debt and likely lose billions more in the future, lost revenue, tax generated income from the electric franchise. You know, I also want to mention something about some comments made about here about a loyalty clause. I think it just underscores how out of touch some of the folks here speaking are with what actually goes into negotiating a business contract or negotiating a contract with our unions. It's something that requires a lot of work, and again, one line in a document does not ensure anything. This is
Thank you. This does
pro-labor.
conclude your time, and our next speaker is Dory Brugman, followed by Carolyn Chase, followed by Matt Katrinsky. Dory, and you've been seated time by Pat Hatch. Please raise your hand. Okay, so I have 2 minutes.
Thank you, council members, and thank you, everybody who came here to speak today. So I want to speak a little bit more about the labor piece. Obviously, you know, we're here today, we're speaking on two different sides of a ballot initiative. We are not union busters, we are pro-union. The individuals who support this initiative are individuals who all support the cause of labor. So what would happen to existing SDG&E workers? California state law requires that new municipal utilities honor prior labor agreements with for-profit utilities. That is the state law, that must be honored, that their collective bargaining agreements must be honored for 3 years. We extended that to 10 years in our contract, or in our initiative language. What would be gone? The $11 million CEO salary. Management would be dedicated to a new nonprofit mission, and the existing jobs would be retained. We need those workers. We need good labor workers, and we need strong unions. However, we do need to be aware of the existing union contract and this loyalty clause, and I do have this clause open right now, and I will read it. The local union agrees for its members, who are employees of the company, that they will individually and collectively perform loyal and efficient work and service, that they will use their influence and best efforts to protect the property of the company and its service to the public, and that they will cooperate in promoting and advancing the welfare of the company and the protection of its service to the public at all time. So this loyalty clause is saying to cooperate and protect the employer, and my question is for everybody here today to question how can a union effectively fight against an employer and bargain for its workers with that type of a clause.
Thank you. This does conclude your time, and our next speaker is Carolyn Chase, and you'll be followed by Matt Katrinsky. Carolyn, you have 5 speaker slips seated to you. Can speakers please raise your hands? Susan Baldwin, Nancy Cassidy, Nancy, okay. Joanna Machado, thank you, and Joanna Mickle. Okay, so you'll have 5 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. My name is Carolyn Chase, and I'd like to ask those here in the audience today in support of Power San Diego initiative to please raise their hands. Thank you. A little more than 30 years ago, when I helped found San Diego Earth Day and the Earth Day Fair in Balboa Park, it was to work on the mission to create a clean, healthy, prosperous future. Today, I continue that work, and I ask you to support the creation of the San Diego Power nonprofit municipal utility. It's best for that future. It's best for the ratepayers, it's best for climate change and the environment, and it's best for energy security and resiliency. It's millions of dollars available to provide relief to ratepayers, and that also includes millions of annual savings for the city of San Diego and its electric bills. You currently pay $75 million to SDG&E, and the profit on that would save you $15 million a year for your general fund problems. Our initiative is based on the city's own independent studies, not the for-profit needs of the corporation. You need people designing the electricity network who aren't designing it to make money off of it. We need local control. Public power equals local emissions, lower risks, and lower rates. We need your leadership to continue this process. The biggest hurdle, we're told, is by those benefiting from the continued rate increases, is that the city of San Diego isn't up to it. But think about it. The sewage and water flows 24/7. These enterprise-funded public services work well. The funds are sequestered and there's no threat to the general fund, as would be the case with public power or the stormwater proposal. And let's talk about the problems with the water department. Every large organization has problems, but with the city you can complain and get it handled, though maybe not as fast as you like. With the for-profit monopolies, you don't even have a chance. The service ratings are lousy. Their rate increases are relentless. Is this what you expected when the franchise agreement was adopted? 10% increases per year for the next 5 years. That's 10% additional every year is already approved for the next 4 years. But we can do something about it. Fred Rogers said anything mentionable is manageable. And what we're discussing today is manageable. Vested interests are spreading fear and disinformation. And it may be hokey to say it, but the truth is on our side. The main thing standing in the way of local solar, local control, and local rates is the attachment to SDG&E, it's unprofitable attachment. Lastly, and most importantly, if you could do something that would make a difference for literally hundreds of thousands of households, wouldn't you want to do it? Wouldn't it be worth doing? And that's what we're asking you to do today. Those profits can translate directly into savings for every single household in this city. That's what we're asking you to do, to be brave, to do what's demonstrably right, even though it will take a while and it will offend powerful people. But in the end, isn't it more important to help reduce the living costs for 1 million people and their businesses, and to do the right thing for the climate as well? Please take action today to make known your support for the San Diego Public Power Plan. You can save a lot of time and money, something you're all concerned about, by simply adopting it with 5 votes to the City Council. And if you're not willing to do that yet, please speak on it publicly. Refer it to the Audit Committee or the independent public budget analysts. And please do something to help the ratepayers to get us out from under our corporate overlords. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Katrinsky, followed by Paul Garibay, followed by Isabel Gitchow.
Hello, council members. My name is Matt Kastrinsky. I'm here on behalf of Local 127. As you know, we represent the hardworking, skilled workforce, the electricians, the fleet techs, laborers, skilled trades, equipment operators, plant techs, and much more of the units here in the city of San Diego. I'm here today to communicate Local 127's opposition to the Power San Diego initiative. We believe this initiative could result in the city incurring high dollars in costs and debt while losing revenue generated from the electrical franchise funds that are vital to our city services, and unknown consequences without any independent analysis. Currently, our vacancy rate for Local 127 are as high as 16%, and numerous city departments are reliant on mandatory overtime of our members to fill operational needs. We are seeing an improvement from the work in our bargaining with the city, but as you know, we have more to go. We need significant funding to retain, grow, and support our workforce and address the infrastructure funding and operational deficits in the PUD, Parks and Rec, and facilities, etc.
Thank you. This does conclude your time. Our next speaker is Paul Garibay, followed by Isabel, followed by Lori Saldana.
Afternoon, council members. Paul again, once again, with ASME Local 127. We're here to speak in opposition to the Power San Diego initiative. Local 127 firmly believes the city of San Diego should not be forced to take over the energy grid, be saddled with billions of dollars in new debt, and the risk of losing important revenues and taxes generated by the electrical franchise. We cannot support an initiative that could harm the city's finances. We cannot support an initiative that can imperil funding city services. We cannot have an initiative that does not take into account the impact of our members, yet alone other bargaining units. We have a lot of other major projects we still need to address, like PUD's billing, the development of new water treatment facilities, as well as power purchasing. We cannot support this venture, which will not be unknown and too risky. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Isabel, followed by Lori Saldana, followed by Doris Nguyen. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Isa. I'm a recent UCSD graduate. The reality that I face and that thousands of other San Diegans face is that San Diego is completely unaffordable. People cannot afford to live here, and the cost of electricity is directly correlated to the cost of living. We currently pay the highest rates for electricity in the nation. SDG&E made nearly $1 billion in profit last year, while 1 in 4 San Diegans remain in debt to them. We cannot speak about affordability in San Diego. Again, we cannot speak about affordability in San Diego without discussing the high cost of electricity. It is fundamentally immoral to have a for-profit governance over a natural monopoly. San Diego deserves fair-priced electricity and a utility company that is run by San Diegans for San Diegans. I believe it is your moral and ethical responsibility to replace SDG&E with a not-for-profit municipal utility. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lori Saldana, followed by Doris Nguyen, followed by Catherine Harrison.
Thank you. I would ask the 300,000 San Diegans who are in debt to SDG&E to stand up, but they're not here. They're hardworking people, and some of them are trying to repair their homes. 300,000 people in San Diego cannot afford to pay their utility bills, and they're concerned about jobs that are well paid. I think if SDG&E would put a fraction of the money they're spending against efforts to create public power with lower rates to protect hundreds of thousands of San Diegans, and instead of using it to discredit our volunteer initiative, all of us who are here today, well, let me qualify that. I'm a volunteer. I have no interest at all in the financial outcomes of anything that we're discussing. But as a retired union member, as a retired teacher, as a retired building trades member, I've seen how hard it is for people to survive in San Diego when they're paying too much for the utilities. I'm a lifelong San Diegan, and I have seen billions of dollars go out of San Diego. If we want to solve the storm drain problem, keep that money local.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Doris Nguyen, followed by Catherine Harrison, followed by James Aids.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for listening. My name is Doris Nguyen, and I live in La Jolla. I am here to urge you to support the Power San Diego nonprofit proposal. 3 feasibility studies have been done on public power. Every study says that public power would be a good deal for San Diegans. Our utility rates are among the highest in the country, and SDG&E made close to $1 billion in profit last year. So how could we not save money since SDG&E will no longer be taking their daily profit cut from ratepayers and the city? A shift to public power is like the difference between renting and owning. This initiative will allow the public to own the distribution system instead of paying excessive rent to use the system that we have already paid to build. You have an opportunity to impact millions of residents, the million-plus residents of San Diego. This will be huge. It will add money back to residents' wallets and chip away at the affordability crisis we have in San Diego. And we count on you to do the right thing. And please don't.
Thank you. This does conclude your time. Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Harrison, followed by James Aids.
Good morning. I'm Catherine, climate activist, volunteer petitioner, retired teacher, longtime resident of District 4. Power San Diego's vision is for all of us to share local control over energy production and distribution. Imagine the future we could create if every single home, apartment building, school, business, and parking lot could produce its own electricity. Add to that storage batteries, bi-directional electrical vehicles, smart thermostats in buildings, aggregated in virtual power plants that respond flexibly and efficiently to energy demands. These technologies are already here and being used by innovative companies in our city, but our dinosaurial utility will not embrace such a future quickly, while they can make obscene profits importing ever more expensive electric energy from far away. Let's take away the fat profit margin and tethers to the outdated Utilities Commission and create something much better. Why wait? Let's put it to the voters in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Ades, and he has been seated time by Isaiah. Please raise your hand, Isaiah. Okay, so James, you'll have 2 minutes. You'll be followed by Jay Powell, followed by Andre Lehovich.
Yeah, it's actually James Ades. AIDS was what was used against me throughout my childhood to cause me much distress. My name is James Ades. I'm a data scientist at UCSD Health. I think what's been said, when I showed up, I didn't know what union busting was about. I was actually genuinely curious if there was a measure about that. And I think people have eloquently kind of quashed whatever that's about, which seems like the equivalent of a big soda lobby paying 7-Eleven employees to say something on their behalf. My electric bill last month was $55. I'm not here for myself. Well, my bill was $55. The proportion of that due to usage was around $15. I asked my friend about this, who had formerly worked in the energy sector at UC San Francisco, And he was astonished. John Oliver does a segment on energy utilities, and I really think you guys should watch it. The more energy utility companies pay for lines and transmission, they not only defray those costs onto their customers, but they can actually increase overall future cost to customers because of those increases. They essentially make more money because of investments they aren't really paying for. Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart simply summarized a case before the court on hardcore child pornography with the words, "You know it when you see it." Disincentivizing simple actions, as one person showed us, like installing solar on one's roof, doesn't make sense. It makes dollars. I think all of you are smart enough to know what being screwed looks like. A utility company that is essentially given monopoly immunity that screws its community and its customers as much as SDG&E does shouldn't really exist.
Thank you. This does conclude your time. Thank you.
We can
Our
do
next
better than that,
speaker is
and I
James
think we
Powell.
owe it to our community
This
to
does
do that.
conclude your time. James Powell, you've been seated time by Craig Rose. Please raise your hand. Followed by Susan. Susan? Thank you. So you'll have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. Jay Powell, I'm a resident of Normal Heights community and the 9th Council District. I've submitted written testimony to you as well. And also distributed today, we're celebrating Earth Week, and Miss Carolyn Chase already spoke here. You've received a article that she just published. This is really about, my background is also in community development, and I served 9 years on the city's Sustainable Energy Advisory Board. And our recommendation to this council and previous councils was to generate our energy here. And we can do that, and we have the studies that show that we can do that. So what you're being faced with today is, or presented with today, is an opportunity to move forward with that. Last July, we were here and a motion was made. Thank you, Councilmember Moreno and the chairman, President Elo Rivera, and it was supported by the members of the Rules Committee at that time to move forward with studies about a conceptual proposal to do just what we're talking about most specifically here today. This measure will be necessary to save this city money, not to put this city in debt. Remember that this is, and what's written into the ordinance, is that this will be an independent board, electric board of governors. It will have a community oversight board or committee from representatives from each of the council districts, and will have regular audits. It is an independent agency within the city. It will cooperate with the city, and it is designed to complement the work that the San Diego Community Power CCA is just beginning now to engage in, thanks to the leadership of Mr. LaCava, who serves on that board on behalf of the city. So what we're asking for today is to finish the studies that were supposed to have begun. And the president asked for the part of those studies to provide an impact on workers. So all of these questions that we're talking about today and the concerns that we have, I've been circulating the initiative, and I understand. We listen to people. We've been in our neighborhood, and we are at marketplaces, and they have concerns about the city's ability to operate an electric utility and to take this on. It's designed in the initiative, in the ordinance, to create this independent but coordinated with the city utility. This is about community power. That's what we're really talking about. My background in community development really allows us to take that forward and create more jobs and reinvest in this
Our
community.
next speaker
Thank
is
you.
Andre Lehovich, followed by Maris Delane, followed by Michael Brackney.
Hi, good morning. My name is Andre Lehovich. I live in University City in District 6. I volunteered to work on this initiative because I'm very concerned about the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis. And I think rooftop solar is one of our best tools locally to do something about that. And SDG&E has been opposing rooftop solar. What I've learned gathering signatures from my neighbors is that everybody hates SDG&E universally, and this initiative is astonishingly popular. I never get to talk about rooftop solar. People hear we want to municipalize SDG&E, they grab the clipboard out of my hand and start signing. So I urge you to bring this to the voters and allow the people to have a say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maris Delane, followed by Michael Brackney, followed by Bridget Browning. Maris? Okay. Michael Brackney, please approach the lectern. You'll be followed by Bridget Browning, followed by Jerry Wanatic.
Greetings, council members. I'm Michael Brackney from Hillcrest. I'm here to communicate one central message. I think we need this initiative in order to combat the climate emergency. I'm going to repeat that. That's why I'm here, to say we need to institute this initiative in order to combat the climate emergency. We've heard this morning that our mayor is wanting to cut funds for dealing with the same thing. So if we don't do this, we are going to keep falling farther and farther behind. And what has now become 1.5 degrees Celsius, it's 1.45 to be exact, is just going to keep accelerating, and we're going to be facing more and more crises like we did recently with the flooding that occurred in Southeast. Lastly, with my few...
This does conclude your time. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Bridget Browning, followed by Jerry, followed by Bob Reese. Bridget, you've been seated time by Mario. Thank you. So you'll have 2 minutes. Please begin.
Good afternoon. It's nice to see you all. I had a lot of talking points prepared, but I feel like a lot of what I was going to say has already been said. The extent of the outreach from Power San Diego to the unions has happened today. It's the most they've talked to us. And frankly, I find it very offensive and disrespectful for people who have no idea what it's like to negotiate a contract to tell us how they're going to be protected without even engaging with us. I don't need random people to tell me what a union contract means, because I've been negotiating them for many years, as have my brothers and sisters from IBW. You know, I also want to talk, like, I'm lucky enough, my husband and I could afford solar panels, and it's awesome. In the summertime, my bill's $30. But it's not fair that the members of my union, the hotel workers unions, are paying for the delivery when I'm getting a $30 bill, because I'm still using it at nighttime when my solar's not working. And there needs to be a bigger conversation about equity, because my members that are renters, they don't have access to solar. And it's not fair that people that are better off can have access to these benefits, but the poorest of the poor are now shouldering the burden. And I think a lot of these people, I swear, were at the community choice meetings and told us the rates were going to go down. And I don't see that that happened. And so I don't know why this is going to be any different. So we are in complete opposition to this. I'm speaking on behalf of more than 200,000 working families in San Diego County, and we urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jerry, followed by Bob Reese, followed by Joan Reese.
Hello, my name is Jerry Wanatek. I live in District 6. I'm a member of Public Power San Diego. As you know, the investor-owned utilities in the state, including SDG&E, are actively working to undermine rooftop solar and building electrification in California and in San Diego. And SDG&E is, at the same time, SDG&E is extracting over $1 million a day in net profit from city ratepayers to fund exorbitant executive salaries, shareholders, and their fracked natural gas business. There's no way that the city will reach its decarbonization goals until we heed the recommendation of the last public power feasibility study and move rapidly to a nonprofit, community-owned public power system. And as we do, we need to ensure that we focus on locally generated rooftop and solar and parking lot solar as much as possible to supply our energy needs, eliminating or at least reducing our reliance on backcountry utility-scale energy projects that endanger our wildlands and biodiversity.
Thank you. This does conclude your time.
I ask you
Our
to
next
vote.
speaker is Bob Reese, followed by Joan Reese, followed by Ash.
As you know, we have an affordable housing crisis that clearly feeds
into our homeless problem. What you may not know is at present there are on the street at least, people on the street for a lack of $300. $300, that's all. This is coming when approximately 25%, 1 out of every 4 people in San Diego is 2 or more months behind in their SDG&E bill. If power was provided by a public utility, then we could expect people's bills to be 1/2 to 1/3 of their current levels. This would save thousands of dollars each year for each citizen, clearly creating, excuse me, an entity like Power San Diego is suggesting will save every person in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joan Reese, followed by Ash, followed by Clayton Fowler.
Joan Reese, citizen, Scripps Ranch. San Diegans deserve reliable green energy at rates more in line with the rest of the state and nation. Reliable green energy delivered by a public utility. Over 40 public utilities operate in California with rates 1/3 to 1/2 of what we pay here in San Diego. And 2,000 public utilities operate successfully across the nation with proven track records delivering electricity more reliably than their investor-owned counterparts. This makes sense as the priority of public utilities is to provide energy reliably and safely to their customers, which is as it should be. Together, we have the power to take control of our energy future. I urge your support to place the Power San Diego proposal on the ballot and give voters a choice.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ash, followed by Clayton Fowler, followed by Adrian.
Good morning. My name is Ash. I've lived in San Diego most of my life. I'm speaking because I don't think we should be paying for the expensive design decisions that SDG&E is making. Right now, we are paying a transmission toll for importing expensive remote power when we could be investing in local rooftop and parking lot solar. SDG&E refuses to address their enormous profits, which were almost $1 billion last year. And to break this down a bit, for each of San Diego's 1.4 million residents, SDG&E makes around $650 a year. The city itself pays $75 million a year in electricity costs, and you could save $15 million of this under a nonprofit utility. I urge you to put the San Diego Public Power proposal on the ballot and let the voters decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Clayton Fowler, followed by Adrian. Clayton, please approach the lectern.
Chair Elo Rivera, members of the Rules Committee, my name is Clayton Fowler, Public Affairs Manager with the Downtown San Diego Partnership. For over 3 decades, DSDP has remained committed to bolstering the economic prosperity and enriching the cultural vitality of downtown. Organization has successfully operated the Downtown Property and Business Improvement District for the past 2 decades, implementing various measures to enhance maintenance, safety, and overall vibrancy of the district. We are here today to standing with a coalition of our community members that ask you to vote against advancing the proposed ballot measure to the municipal electric utility through a vote in November. As an organization focused on bolstering the economic and cultural vitality amenities of downtown, we are focused on a thriving San Diego region. This proposed ballot measure brings significant risk and offers very little detail around how government-run electric systems would even operate. At a time when San Diegans already face a high cost of living, compounded with a proposal that would put our community on the hook for $9.3 billion or more in new government debt.
Thank you. This does conclude your time. And our final speaker in chamber is Adrian.
Hello, my name is Adrian Heinzelman. I'm a native San Diegan and live in Rancho Penasquitos. And I'm here today because San Diegans deserve better than SDG&E. SDG&E has the worst customer service rating in the Western United States. Their electric rates as of March are the highest in the country, and as you've heard many times, 1 out of 4 residents in the city are behind on their electric bills. Meanwhile, SDG&E is pulling in over $1 million a day of profit. As a volunteer collecting signatures for the Power San Diego initiative, I cannot tell you how many people I've talked to, San Diego voters, who are outraged and angry at the rates that SDG&E is charging. And why are our rates so high? Because SDG is making choices to ensure their profits over the good service and fair rates to ratepayers. California has more than 40 municipal electric utilities, and all of them have lower rates than the 3 for-profit utilities. Please support the Power San Diego initiative and put this on the ballot in November.
Thank you. And Chair, we have received 12 speaker slips from those who wish to register their position in opposition but do not wish to speak. LaShawn Benson, Rodolfo Luan, Corey Clark, Renee Chudley, Alfaroza Reed, Alan Venezuela, Jorge Becerra, Oscar Gomez Jr., and Maya Fan, and Juan Diaz de Leon, Anthony Stackhouse, and Michael Malone.
Thank you. Before moving on to virtual comment, I want to inform the public about meeting management and the upcoming land use and housing meeting scheduled for 1 p.m. We will continue with Rules Committee until we complete today's agenda. But however, because of this, the anticipated start time for land use and housing is now 2 p.m. Council administration team is working now to inform the public and staff about this change. Again, land use and housing scheduled for 1 p.m. is anticipated to begin at 2 p.m. Appreciate my committee colleagues' understanding, land use and housing chair Lee's understanding, and the public's. And Natalie?
Thank you, Chair. We're moving to the virtual queue. I will begin the 5-minute timer for all those in the virtual queue to indicate that they wish to speak on item 2D. We will begin with Mark Hughes. Please provide your comments. You'll have 1 minute.
Yes, thank you, council members, for taking up this issue. I'm a resident of District 1, an engineer who spent my career in the power generation industry and will rely on that experience in providing my input. Recently, a concern was raised regarding the city's bonding capacity and that it might affect the city's ability to float the bond needed to launch its municipal utility. A bond industry consultant, formerly with Moody's, reviewed the situation and said that because our municipal utility would be funded by an enterprise bond, the city's debt limits do not apply. In other words, since no tax revenue will be used to repay the bond, which will instead be repaid by a small charge on ratepayers' bills, the city's bonding capability does not come into play. Next, SDG&E's Electrical Workers Union, IBEW, is vocal in supporting the formation of this utility. The sad and cruel effect that our loyalty clause is any real concerns
Thank
the
you.
union
This does
members
conclude
have.
your time. Our next speaker is Maris Delane. Please provide your comments. Please unmute yourself and begin. Maris? Okay, we will come back to you. The original, please provide your comments.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this board actually votes because both of these check boxes on things they would want to do, like they probably wouldn't want to, seemingly be responsible for getting rid of these union jobs, but they also love to push the climate god. So both of these are very convoluted. And the fact that we have people who are seemingly being very selfish by expecting, people to pay higher rates so that they can have a job, they should be also taken into consideration the people that are struggling just to pay their bills. And you're wanting people to feel bad that you could possibly have to shift out of that job, but it would be at the benefit of the people to not have to pay such high rates. It shouldn't be the people's job to keep your job just because you want to back a company that is actually doing really nefarious things and, robbing the people. So, but the other hand, it's, you're pushing climate stuff and, we're never going to have clean energy. And all of that solar still takes gas and oil.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen S. Karen S. Okay, we'll have to come back with you. Gorgo, please provide your comments.
Numbers don't lie. SDG&E is an investor-owned utility which prioritizes shareholder over consumers and employees. I want a publicly owned utilities which does not exploit customers and employees for profit. Everyone knows it's better to own than to rent. But right now, San Diegans rent their transmission lines, increasing our cost of living. This initiative allows us to own our electric infrastructure. The idea that private management is better than public has been blown up by the spectacular failure of Boeing, Lehman Brothers, Enron, and FTX. Public management has a long history of supporting unions. Public power is merely a change in business model to one which favors the needs of consumers and employees over that of investors. It's already being done successfully all over California, where savvy citizens and employees enjoyed the benefits of clean, reliable, low-cost power. Please allow the voters of San Diego to choose the business model which best meets our needs.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wendy Young. Please provide your comments. Wendy?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm speaking in favor of the Public Power San Diego ballot initiative, and I am a retired union employee. I would like everyone to keep in mind that the Responsible Energy San Diego PAC is funded by SDG&E, not the other groups who are listed as participants, some of whom have addressed the committee today. This is a social justice issue, guys. Electricity is now considered to be a basic need, not a luxury. Of the customers who are behind in their SDG&E bills, most are of low income, but not all. One of my Scripps Ranch neighbors is affected, as the woman who runs the beauty shop I go to. Something that hasn't been mentioned is that there's an elephant in the room. SDG&E pays $80 to $85 million a year as franchise fee. It's a line item on our bills, which the city receives. The city sees it as income. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker in the queue is Audrey. Please provide your comments. Audrey?
Hello. Yeah, this is Audrey Ledesma. I live in Rolando Park, D9. I'm in favor of Power San Diego, but I'm also in favor of putting this on the ballot and letting the voters decide. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Maris, please provide your comments.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, please begin.
Hi, I'm writing on behalf of myself and my family to plead that you change to put municipal power on the bill for November. We live in a 2,700 square foot home, and we put in 11 solar panels. That's the max we could afford on the roof because of vents and orientation to the sun. And yet our electric bill alone exceeds $400 a month. That's ridiculous. That's $24,000 in solar, and we're still paying high costs because SDG&E has unreasonable rates. I also want to point out that there's a lack of transparency. SDG&E likes to make it confusing. Their bills are confusing. They make it confusing for the CPUC. Even on the CPUC's own website, and I quote, it says the CPUC does not currently have any verification protocols in place to determine if electric IOUs provide reasonable cost estimates for the various components of an individual undergrounding project.
Thank you. This does conclude your time. Thank you. The 5-minute timer has concluded. We have 2 additional callers remaining in the queue. Karen, please provide your comments.
Yes, thank you. Karen here, Karen Scarborough. Thank you for hearing this matter today, and I support the Power San Diego measure being put on the ballot. The union issues can be worked out, just as it's being worked in Sacramento and Los Angeles. The debt referred to is not new. It already exists, and we're paying it down with our current rates. San Diego is primed to move more proactively toward solar, given our amazing climate, but we aren't doing that. Thank you all for your brave leadership today with your vote, and allow the people to have the discussion and decide for themselves. Your decision today is not to pick a side. It's to let the conversation continue and the people decide. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker in the queue is John Stump. Please provide your comments.
Thank you very much. Well, obviously, the overwhelming majority of speakers have been in favor of letting the people make a choice. It's got to be clear to the people that the council made a choice to pick SDG&E and high rates. The council now has a choice to review and refine this proposal and to solve its budget crisis by reducing the cost of utilities to the city itself. Council members, you made a bad choice on the existing franchise. It's time to get the people an opportunity to make a different choice. They may agree to go for a not-for-profit utility, or they may say, let's stay with SDG&E, but give the people a choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and Chair, that will conclude public comment.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you to all our public commenters. We will begin the conversation with Council President Pro Tem LaCava.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you for everybody that took the time to speak today. Thank you for the advocates who invested a lot of time and effort in putting this initiative together. There's a lot to unpack from all the comments on both sides, and given the hour, and I'm not going to go through. I take exception to a lot of things that were said on both sides. I have spoken in the past about the idea of municipalization with a lowercase m. There are, I think, solutions to the issues, whether you're on Power San Diego or you're opposed to this particular initiative, that could be addressed. Some people have suggested, say, go ahead and move it forward. You've got 2 months to look at the initiative language and take ownership of it and craft it. 2 months is not enough. Let me be very clear. 2 months is not enough to address the complexity of the issues going forward. Having said that, the city of San Diego has to do something on behalf of its residents, its businesses, of the ratepayers going forward. And that's part of what we're talking about today. And as many of you know, we do have a public power study underway. You may or may not believe in it. The current proposed budget strips money away from that. I'm not going to be supportive of stripping money away from the second phase of the public power feasibility study. This is such a large and important conversation to a variety of stakeholders that we have to entertain this very, very carefully. There is no doubt that we have the primary oversight of this in the CPUC that apparently doesn't have any regards for the ratepayers. We see that over and over again. We have to protect our communities and other organizations that has challenged the most recent solar decision-making going forward. That's a whole other conversation that I'm not going to get into, but we'll see what happens with that conversation on that. As somebody mentioned, that a lot of the comments that were spoken to today also were repetitive of what was talked about when the city was considering a CCA or a CCE. And yet I'm very proud that here, 4 years later, San Diego Community Power, that I have the privilege of chairing the board of directors, is now a $1 billion operation. If you really believe in our climate action plan goals, go out there and beat the bushes and get people to sign up for San Diego Community Power. We're about 95%, 100% would be better. And to sign up for Power 100, which is 100% renewable energy going forward. The City of San Diego's climate action plan goals is for everybody, every resident in the and businesses to be under 100% renewable energy by 2030. An ambitious goal that has a lot of components to it. This is not about firing SDG&E. There's 4 components to your bill. This is only one part of that. This is not about union busting. Are we okay, Natalie? Okay. This is not about union busting. There are conversations that I continue to believe in, not through this mechanism, but there are mechanisms. So without further ado, I want to repeat that I am not going to be supporting the proposed budget that cuts $1 million from the Phase 2 public power feasibility study. The only conversation, let me close with these statements. Let me try to close with these statements. There's been a lot of talk today But the only thing in front of us is whether this initiative should be placed on the ballot. And on that very, very narrow question, I am not supportive of putting it on the ballot. Is there a conversation about municipalization? Oh, yes, there is. And we're going to continue to pursue that because we owe the residents and businesses of San Diego no less. The Power San Diego folks raised a lot of important issues, but I don't think putting it on the ballot. And I will add, that doesn't mean it's not going to be on the ballot. They're already signature gathering. I don't know whether they can get to the threshold or not. That's their challenge, but this is not their only path. So with that, I will not be supporting putting this in the ballot, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Council President Pro Tem LaCava. Appreciate those comments. I agree in the importance of pushing SDG&E to do better by San Diegans. Folks are struggling with cost of living on a month-to-month basis, and crowing from the rooftops about record profits while everyday people are struggling to make ends meet is not just a bad look, but it's immoral. That being said, this is not one of those things that you just throw onto the ballot and let the voters decide. I have significant questions about specific components of this. From a technical standpoint, but I think to speak to the folks who are in the room, you can't just tell workers they're going to be okay. That's just not how it works. I provided feedback to the proponents of this a while back that you needed to do work with the impacted workers and make sure that they would feel comfortable. And not only are they not comfortable today, it doesn't sound like those conversations have happened. So whether it's the city workers who fear or would be impacted in the ways that they've expressed, or the employees of SDG&E who have legitimate fears about what it would mean for their livelihoods and their families, this is not a thing that we just say we'll get to later. And so I appreciate the effort. I have no love for corporate monopolies reaching into the pockets of everyday working people, but this is a very complex and important issue, and I don't think this is baked enough to go to the voters. The last thing is I will express solidarity with Council President Pro Tem LaCava in the importance of maintaining the Energy Independence Fund. We cannot be in a situation as we were last time where the city hasn't taken the necessary steps to give ourselves options. I appreciate the work that went into bringing this item forward. Appreciate there's an effort in the community to get this onto the ballot that way, but will not be supporting putting it on the ballot as presented to us today either. I see no additional requests to speak to this item. Natalie, let's hear our next item, please.
Thank you, Council President. Sub-item 2E, consideration of a ballot measure proposed by John Stump regarding city school district elections, ethics, lobbying, campaign funding by lobbyists, transparency, and redistricting. John Stump, you will have 5 minutes to present your item. I will be keeping time, and feel free to begin.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. You see before you the first page, go to the second page, of the Voice of San Diego report on San Diego City Schools. You notice up at the top the 3 orange, bright, sunny dots. Next page. As you go through the report, you'll start seeing black dots, half block dots. What are they? They're failing schools. Keep next page. There again, black dots. Next page. Next page. Okay, what is a black dot? It's the pirate's curse. It means you're in trouble. And where are these schools that are in trouble? They're all south of 8. They're schools in District 9, District 8, District 4. The San Diego Unified School District is failing. So what my proposal asks you to do is apply to the San Diego Unified School District election reforms, which include ethics under the Ethics Commission, redistricting under the City of San Diego Redistricting Commission, and reporting and campaign limitations. The San Diego City Schools is too small. It has a board of 5 to operate a facility that's larger with more employees than the city of San Diego. The San Diego City Schools needs to have, as provided by the charter, the same election processes and rules and ethics that apply to the city of San Diego. That would result in significant cost savings so that we can employ more teachers to make our schools better by having one redistricting commission, one ethics commission, one reporting system. You have significant cost savings. You know, in my area, City Heights, 92105, we have no high school. There is no high school in the entire, most diverse, second largest zip code of the city of San Diego. Why? Because the executives, the elected officials at the San Diego Unified School District are not committed to City Heights. Oh, some people say, well, you've got Hoover High School. Yeah, we got Hoover High School, we got Crawford High School, we got University High, we've got Mission Bay, we got La Jolla High. All of those areas are fed by City Heights. Half of all of the resident population for high schools in City Heights ride the bus to some distant location. We need reform on elections, ethics at the city school district. Please refer this to land use and housing. There's no way that you can get the promised zones to work unless you have better schools. Thank you very much. This concludes this proposition.
Do we have public comment on this item?
Thank you, Chair. The public comment period for item 2E is now open, and we do not have any speaker slips in chambers. We do have one hand raised in the virtual queue. The original, please provide your comments. You'll have 1 minute.
This is interesting. I don't really, I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, John, but I'm not sure I fully understand what's going on here. One thing that is true is that SDUSD is failing. One thing that they are good at is human trafficking. So they're succeeding there, but I'm just not so sure that all of those things would actually keep them from failing. And the whole system isn't designed for, you know, it to thrive. It's in, you know, they're indoctrinating kids anyway, but I'm just not sure that it's very clear what all of this would do if all of a sudden this is going to make it so that the schools aren't failing. If it's something that happens by design, and the idea would be to, you know, make the schools not fail, but at the same time, like I've said, is, you know, that they do indoctrinate kids. So, I mean, if they fail, it's great because then kids don't get indoctrinated and they can go learn stuff outside of that. But I just wish it was a little bit more clear on what all this really would do.
Thank you. This does conclude your time.
All right, that concludes public comment, correct? All right. I see no requests to speak to this item, which means the committee has taken no action on the proposal and consideration of this proposal has ended. Natalie, please introduce the next item.
Thank you. Sub-item 2F, consideration of a ballot measure proposed by John Stump regarding no competition election reforms. John, you may begin. You'll have 5 minutes to present this item.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, do you have a quorum?
We do have a quorum, sir. Please proceed.
Okay. So Proposition F deals with an earlier item that you had. That was the no competition reform. And I suggested that that item may have some benefits to the city of San Diego. But the problem is that what the school district wanted to do is reduce the amount of time that individuals would get to collect signatures once they realized that there was nobody competing. They wanted to go from 5 weeks to 3 weeks. Now, as you know, under the city charter, the people reserve to themselves control of the elections. And why did they do that? They did that because originally the school board was part of the city of San Diego. The council acted as the school board. And the council wanted to make sure, and the people wanted to make sure, that if they're going to allow a separate board to independently run the city schools, that there were going to be fair and competitive elections. You have the opportunity now to work with the school district and reform the election process. Elections start with who gets to vote, what are the districts they get to vote in, how often they get to vote, what are the rules for running an election campaign. That's all part of elections. And so what I'm suggesting in this proposition is that as we develop changes to the election process where you have no competition, that you further save money and negotiate with the San Diego Unified School District to incorporate all the other ethics and campaign reform measures that we've put in place at the city of San Diego. We could have a single redistricting commission redistrict both the school district and the city when redistricting occurs. We could have one ethics commission overseeing the ethics at both the school district and the city. We could have one office getting reporting on campaign contributions and lobbyists. That is the essence of item number F. Since you're going to be negotiating with the school district, why not fully reform the system and perhaps make that little girl with who's missing the teeth there have a school system that works for her. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have public comment?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we do have a public comment. We currently have one hand raised in the virtual queue. The original, please provide your comments. You'll have 1 minute.
Of course you do, Sean. And in fact, you did not have a quorum when he asked you that. Vivian was not in there. So, I mean, you don't need to be lying to the people. But it's kind of sad because I feel like, you know, as you sit here and you were talking about how the next meeting was going to start at 2 and you had to get through like 9 other items, but that you seem pretty confident that you would be getting through them very quickly, that you're going to take Mr. Stump's all of his recommendations and items on the agenda today and not even, you know, bring them to the people, which is really sad because all these things should be decided by the people and, you know, not people like you who have, you know, stake in which way you're voting. I mean, it's just like you sided with SDG&E, which is pretty crazy, but it just shows you're in bed with them. These should be things that the people are deciding, but it's all an illusion of choice anyway, that we have a choice on what happens in our community because we have these, you know, tyrants that are sitting up at the higher echelons deciding everything for the people and never giving them a choice.
Thank you. This does conclude public comment.
All right, thank you, Natalie. I see no requests to speak to this item. With that, the committee has taken no action on the proposal and the consideration of this proposal has ended. Natalie, please introduce the next item.
Thank you. Sub-item 2G, consideration of a ballot measure proposed by John Stump to establish a La Jolla-based school district. Mr. Stump, you may begin your presentation. You'll have 5 minutes.
Okay, the proposal to create a La Jolla-based school district is really based on the efforts in La Jolla to get equity for what they think are the lack of services. What most people don't understand, or maybe they do, is that when we talk about the San Diego Unified School District, what that means is a unification of both the elementary and the high school district. And what my proposal is to break up and reunify the San Diego schools. It would create at least 5, perhaps 9, independent elementary school districts, one in La Jolla, one in City Heights, one in probably District 8, one in District 4, so that the people who actually put their children in the schools have a real chance to determine the quality of the schools their children go to. Whenever a young family goes to buy a house, they look around in areas and they see what they can afford. They see what's close to their work. They see the amenities. And, you know, in City Heights or in southeastern San Diego, people find housing which is very good and close to downtown and affordable. And the young couple says, wow, I think this would be pretty nice. And then they ask the second question, how are the schools? And that's where the realtor pales. If you look in southeastern San Diego, there's the highest incidence of charter schools because people are voting with their feet to try and get decent schools for their elementary school children. You know, you look at this chart. Could you go to the last page of this chart, please? Okay, go back one page, please. There we start the high schools. And you look at these high schools and you say, wow, there's two black spots. Go to the next page. There's Hoover High School, 2 black dots. There's Lincoln High School, 2 black dots. Madison. These are failing high schools. Now, there have been many articles about Logan and Lincoln saying, well, they built everything. They put everything nice in these schools, but they're still failing. Why? Because there's not local control. So my proposal is to allow the voters to choose to have independent elementary school districts, perhaps a unified single high school district, and maybe reunify its daughter with the community college. So I urge you, if you want to make the promise zones be successful, you've got to do something about the schools. And you have the opportunity to use this measure as one technique, or the negotiations you've had with the joint use agreements, or the negotiations you're currently in with the non-competitive elections, to work on the school system. This is one proposal to change what's going on. There are more elementary schools being managed by a smaller board than the city has parks. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Natalie, do we have public comment on this item?
Thank you. Yes, we do have one caller in the virtual queue with their hand raised. The original, please provide your comments. You'll have 1 minute.
I mean, this would be something that actually would be good. You guys aren't going to do it. because you've already made up your mind, which is really sad. But the fact that, there's like 203-ish schools in the San Diego Unified School District is proof as to why they're failing. They can't manage that many and be equitable in everything that they're doing. And so for it to go back independently into, each city or area where it is located would be more beneficial, so that the people in the community could actually be the ones determining what happens in those schools. And when we have, so many under one umbrella, it allows more and more corruption and bad things to go on, just like when the COVID crap was happening and they're, telling kids they have to inject themselves or put on a face scam, as Michael would call it. And, so it's just interesting, though, because you guys aren't going to want to give local control, just like with the previous item on the energy. It's like when there's local control, that means the people have control, and you guys can't have that because then it makes you obsolete.
Thank you. This does conclude your time, and Chair, that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Natalie. All right, we will turn to Council President Pro Tem LaCava.
Thank you, Council President. Just make some quick comments. I think there are conversations to be had. I don't think this is the way to get there. In terms of San Diego Unified, its existence under the city charter, I would have real concerns about equity. It's not just about local control. There are many other aspects, and those need to be thought through very, very carefully. So I will not be supporting this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President Pro Tem. With that, the committee has taken no action on this proposal, and consideration of the proposal is ended. Natalie, please introduce the next item.
Sub-item 2H, consideration of a ballot measure proposed by John Stump regarding no fission nuclear sourced energy until San Onofre waste removed from region. Mr. Stump, you may begin your presentation. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. We're very concerned about climate change. Climate change is a 200-year problem. All the carbon that we put into the atmosphere that's warming the planet will come out of the atmosphere in 200 years. It's a short-term problem. It's a serious problem, but it's short-term. Nuclear fission waste is a permanent, all-time problem. There is no human structure or no way to store nuclear fission waste that is practical in human history. The pyramids are only 10,000 years, maybe. The nuclear waste at San Onofre will be here for perhaps 100,000 years. And what this proposal is to have the council adopt a policy and perhaps allow the people to vote a charter change so that the city will not participate in encouraging fission nuclear power. It doesn't deal with fusion, which has no nuclear waste. It's only fission. And what does it really say? Until you remove the waste from San Onofre, the city will not buy, sell, encourage any fission-generated nuclear. If the waste at San Onofre got loose, and that's what the graphic kind of shows, essentially all of San Diego and Tijuana would be uninhabitable. And it would be uninhabitable forever as far as human beings are concerned. So I urge you, take some forward-thinking action. Protect the city of San Diego. Prohibit the participation in fission-generated nuclear power. Thank you very much.
We have public comment on this item.
Thank you, Chair. We do currently have one hand raised in the virtual queue. The original, please provide your comments.
Man, okay, so first of all, you can recycle this. You don't have to just keep moving it from place to place. That's what I don't understand is when you're just wanting to move it, first of all, that whole task is very difficult and you got to just go basically pollute somewhere else. And it can be recycled and the carbon in the atmosphere will come out in 200 years. It's a little, I mean, as long as we're all dead. I mean, we are carbon based and trees recycle carbon. It turns it into oxygen. All we got to do is plant more trees. This is a man-made climate crisis. So it's a little bit much when we're sitting here and telling the people a bunch of propaganda about a climate god that shouldn't even be worshiped the way it is. But obviously they're going to vote no and not say anything. But we should be more looking into what we're going to be doing and how this can be recycled and reused, especially if you guys want to, you know, save the planet and do all this stuff. It's like sustainable, you know, like getting the most uses out of it.
Thank you. And Chair, we have received a speaker slip from an individual in chambers. Caesar, please approach.
That, if the speaker slip was not received prior to, was it received prior to going to virtual public comment? Okay. It has to be in before virtual public comment begins. All right. With that, that concludes public comment on this item. I see no request to speak to this item, which means the committee has taken no action on the proposal and consideration of this proposal has ended. As a reminder to the public, your request to speak must be submitted before we go to virtual public comment. All right. Next item, please, Natalie.
Sub-item 2I, consideration of a ballot measure proposed by John Stump regarding council process oversight of major contracts, leases, franchises, and grants in excess of $10 million. Mr. Stump, please begin your presentation. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. This proposition is really, could either be a ballot proposal or a management proposal. It could be ordinance. If you look at council reports concerning buying buildings or entering into contracts, you'll notice that they often say no fiscal impact, no impact on the environment. This lays out areas that must be analyzed for any contract or agreement that's in excess of $10 million. The city of San Diego has standards for climate change, solid waste management, participation of women and minorities, and yet we're not taking the council's adopted policies and applying them to these major financial activities. So what I'm suggesting is that the council adopt a policy to more rigorously look at whether or not major proposals fully comply with all of the city of San Diego's and council policies. And I list them there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Natalie, do we have public comment on this item?
Thank you, Chair. We currently have one hand raised in the virtual queue. We have not received any speaker slips from individuals in chambers. The original, please provide your comments. You'll have 1 minute.
Yeah, first of all, Caesar did put his slip in before you called on me to speak, so that was a bit much to discount him and not give him a moment to say what he felt, because it was simultaneously, he dropped it in the box before she even went to public comment. So you should, Kieran, correct that, but you won't. That's why you wouldn't vote this item through, because you're probably going to say that there is oversight on the contracts and there's nothing to worry about and that you do comply with the policies. But that's why you should go, well, then there's no problem in having the oversight to make sure, because that's what is needed when you spend billions of dollars of the people's money. You're in such a deficit while having done that, and you can't even provide what the people need. So oversight is necessary, and it is something that should be happening on every contract, not even just the $10 million plus ones. But you're definitely not going to do that, because then it would expose all the nefarious things that you and the mayor are doing. So no, right?
Thank you, and Chair, that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Natalie. All right, I see no request to speak to this item, which means the committee has taken no action on the proposal and consideration of this proposal has ended. Next item, please, Natalie.
Sub-item 2J, consideration of a ballot measure proposed by John Stump regarding energy guide labeling. Mr. Stump, you may begin your presentation. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is a return of an item that got support the last time and a little bit of analysis. What the proposal is that appliance sellers would have to put on that label, that energy consumption label, what their current SDG&E costs are. The current labeling is only based on a national average. So what I'm asking is that you adopt an ordinance or a policy that would require appliance sellers to label appliances correctly and transparently about how much it costs to operate that refrigerator or that freezer or that stove in the city of San Diego, given the real true appliance costs. Now, this has nothing to do with community choice aggregate. It doesn't have anything to do, because community choice aggregate is only the generation costs. This deals with the actual cost to the consumer, which would include transmission, distribution, metering, and billing. That's why SDG&E is so costly. It's not in the generation end, it's in the transmission and distribution end. So this proposal asks you to protect the consumers and correct the label to make it transparently correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stump. Natalie, do we have public comment on this item?
We do. We currently have one hand raised in the virtual queue. The original, please provide your comments. You'll have 1 minute.
Not sure why you keep asking that, Sean. You're just hoping I'm going to go away. I don't know, or maybe I'll get into a car accident. Who knows? Yeah, of course this would be good, because then it would be transparent to the people as to what they were going to pay. But why would you guys want to do that? You're not transparent with anything. You always want to brush stuff under the rug. And how embarrassing would it be to have those prices on the appliances? People would be like, I am leaving San Diego. Like, if they just moved here, they would be like, oh my God, I had no idea. But it would get people, to want to get out of SDG&E. I mean, but why would you guys want to do that if you're in bed with them, right? How much are you guys getting paid from SDG&E to do that earlier? Who knows, right? But it's interesting, yeah, because I mean, transparency is obviously something that the people deserve in a just world, but we live in one that's upside down and inside out. And just asking for transparency is bananas. And it's like, that's none of your business, even though it was your money spent on it. So yeah, this would be good, but you guys are going to say no.
Thank you, and Chair, that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Natalie. All right, I see no requests to speak to this item or this proposal, which means there is no action taken and consideration for the proposal has ended. Natalie, next item, please.
Sub-item 2K, consideration of a ballot measure proposed by John Stump to balance budget priorities, human services and housing versus police, prosecutors, bail, and jails. Mr. Stump, please begin your presentation. You'll have 5 minutes.
Okay, this proposal, if you looked at the graphic that was in the letter proposal, shows that the way the city budgets is by department, not by function. And what happens is you've got functions all spread in different departments, so that the true cost of any activity is never really fully known. So one of the things that I try to illustrate by the dinosaur here on public safety, who is that because you don't know the full costs of public safety, you can't really be in control. Public safety is not the police department. Public safety is not the fire department. Public safety has a lot of components. When I started my legal career, it was in the prosecutor's office of the city attorney. Every day we would go over and prosecute cases. That's part of your public safety costs. So just like we're starting to do housing and homeless services, we should be budgeting for public safety. Then we would know the true costs of all public safety, which is not just police, not just fire. It's the city attorney's criminal division. It's the amount you pay the county of San Diego for the jail system. If you want to really get in charge of your budget, you need to look at it from a functional standpoint, not just a department standpoint. And I urge you, you can do this by council policy. I urge you to look at it from a function standpoint instead of departments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stump. Natalie, do we have public comment on this item?
Thank you, Council President. Yes, we do have one hand raised in the virtual queue. The original, please provide your comments. You'll have 1 minute.
I just wanted to say, Mr. Stump, good for you for doing all of these items. I appreciate you taking the time to do it. It's just sad that the council, brushes it off as though these aren't important things that should actually go to the people. But they're definitely going to say no about the balanced budget priorities because they already have their priorities as far as what they're doing. They're never going to stop, funding the police and making sure that they're coming towards, the people and making them, arrest them for homelessness or different things. You got to have the jails open. I mean, because it's a business. That's the sad thing is all of this is a business and it runs in that manner. It's never about really just making the communities better. It's about how much money you guys can put in other people's pockets. And it's sad because even the police are being told to stand down as far as this invasion goes. And our nation is at risk. So it's like they're not even doing what they're supposed to do, what they took an oath to do. And that's actually treason. All of you are engaged in it.
Thank you. And Chair, that will conclude public comment.
Thank you, Natalie. All right, I see no requests to speak to this proposal, which means no action is taken and consideration of this proposal has ended. Next item, please, Natalie.
Sub-item 2L, consideration of a ballot measure proposed by John Stump regarding animal tourism properties lease compliance. Mr. Stump, you may begin your presentation. You'll have 5 minutes. You can please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. What most people don't understand is that the charter established a municipal zoo. The city of San Diego, like most large cities, has its own municipal zoo. And it has a funding source of some $25 million. I don't know what it's going to be in the next budget, but about $25 million to fund the operation of its municipal zoo. Now, as a subsequent action and a subparagraphs later adopted by the people, the city council may at its election, under certain very restrictive conditions, contract out with a nonprofit solely dedicated to operating that municipal zoo. Now, that $25 million, that $25 million is for operating and supporting the municipal zoo. That includes all of the things associated with operating that municipal zoo. The roads going up to it, the electric power, the water, the police services, the fire services. Those are all things that are necessary to operate that municipal zoo. But what does the council do? The council spends no time looking at zoological exhibits. It's municipal zoological exhibits. It just transfers the $25 million in bulk to this nonprofit with the highest paid municipal employee in the city of San Diego. The director of the zoo, our zoo, makes more than $1 million a year, and the zoo creates more solid waste than nearly any operation in the city of San Diego, uses more water than any operation in the city of San Diego, creates more sewage than any other operation in the city of San Diego, pollutes the bay probably more than any other operation in the city of San Diego. And yet the city council does no oversight of that activity. The contract which I've attached clearly sets standards for oversight of the municipal zoo operation. Stop annually just shipping the money over. If you believe in climate change, you got to know that one day, very soon now, the 5 million people that go to the zoo every year will have to stop. They're driving cars, 5 million of them, every day or, every year. You have the largest parking lot in Balboa Park dedicated to all those cars. You're keeping a herd of elephants downtown. Please use your contract, use your rights, and start doing some oversight before you transfer $25 million and cut city services and probably lay off city employees because you're giving the money to a nonprofit who pays their executive director more than $1 million a year, and you don't do any oversight. SeaWorld, which I know you've got some problems with SeaWorld at the moment, pays their executive director less money, and the city gets reimbursed for all of the costs exterior to the park that the city provides SeaWorld. You should do the same thing with the municipal zoo. The chickens are coming home to roost. You've been giving away $25 million a year, and now you're going to have to cut city services, and you're going to have to cut employees.
Thank you, Mr. Stump. This does conclude your time for this item.
Please do oversight.
Thank you, Mr. Stump. Natalie, do we have public comment on this item?
Yes, we do currently have one hand raised in the virtual queue. The original, please provide your comments. You'll have 1 minute.
Is this the zoological exhibit? I mean, I feel like this is the municipal zoo that we're talking about. Who knows? Probably. Anywho, yeah, there should be oversight on the operations and the money that's being given to these nonprofits, but you guys do it all the time. And all that money goes to all the CEOs and the higher ups of those entities. It doesn't really go to what it's, should be going for. And it's funny because you guys don't even get paid that much. I'm sure on the back end, you get perks here and there, but you're actually putting money into people's pockets that you would never make. But you won't ever do oversight on that. And we shouldn't even have zoos. That's the sad thing, is that it's like, as long as we put animals in a cage, then we'll get used to the fact and then think that it's not weird when we're put in a cage, right? I mean, it's very sad to see that we could do that to animals. and spend so much money doing it, but you guys love your tourism and you're willing to, make cuts to the city and all of those things just to provide money into the pockets of other people. We see why the communities suffer. And again, you're not going to want oversight on this, which is really sad.
Thank you, Chair. That concludes public comment.
All right, thank you so much, Natalie. I see no request to speak from the committee members on this proposal, which means no action has been taken and consideration of the proposal has ended. Next item, please, Natalie.
The next item is sub-item 2M, consideration of a ballot measure proposed by John Stump to transition to nonprofit utilities so as to reduce costs to families and prevent double payments. Mr. Stump, please begin your presentation. You will have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the council chamber and I see that the clerk's office is talking to Mr. Caesar here, who did put in a slip before the comments were called. So maybe you should give him some consideration in the future. So, there was a proposal earlier that we put on the ballot, a transition to no profit power and fire SDG&E. Now that proposal has been before the city clerk and before the council for months now. And we've had plenty of opportunities to look at that. And it could have been referred to the a city attorney to polish it. But like the SDG&E franchise, the council decided to reject that. This is an alternative. My proposal is an alternative. It's an alternative to enhance or at least start the city further and further down the line to cut its utility costs. How does it cut its utility costs? And the city's doing this in some places by having a policy where they have their own utility department, and that utility department's job is to reduce the cost of SDG&E utility payments by having the city operations, whenever possible, wherever possible, run their own utility generations. You can do that at the sanitary waste dumps, generating gas. You can do it on the water department, doing cogeneration. Every time the housing commission or any city building is built, it should have a microgrid attached to it and generate your own power there. But to make it really happen, you need to create an internal function with a department for a city utility within the city of San Diego itself. Whose job is it to cut that SDG&E bill? And I asked the city staff to show that table for this. Here it is. These are numbers I got from the IBA, so these are valid numbers. The city says that they get some $109 million a year from the franchise. And you get some other money from a couple other little utility franchises. But of that money, you spend, could you show the whole chart there, miss? There we go. You spend nearly $90 million, let's get to the bottom, back to SDG&E, so the net difference is only $20 million. And that is an unadjusted number. Could you go up to the top part of the chart, please? If you look at the top part, the revenues, we're just showing the $110 million. In the expenses, go to the expense part, please, miss. In the expenses, we don't show how much is being charged. That's line 6 in expenses for triple net leases. Okay? And we don't show how much is being charged to the city for its corporate gas utilities. The Housing Commission, how much is it giving back to the SDG&E? I think that when you look at the mid-year adjusted SDG&E expenses versus what you think you're getting in revenues, the net is probably close to zero. The city is essentially a self-consuming serf of SDG&E. Now, I hope when you look at
Thank
the
you,
budget,
Mr. Stump. This does conclude your time on this item. Thank you.
when you look at the budget,
Thank you, Mr. Stump.
look at those numbers. Thank you very much.
All right. Is there public comment on this proposal?
Thank you. Yes, we do have one speaker slip submitted from an individual in chamber for item 2M. Caesar, please approach the lectern. You'll have 1 minute.
Thank you. I have seen at last our councilor, District 9, and our environmental advocate, Councilor Lacaba. I support this item. But the only question is, how could the council president and our environmental people here will vote for this? The council president and the mayor, most likely, and the members are receiving money, gift or otherwise, from SDG. We need transparency here. We need audit of this. Where did it go? District 9 is suffering too from this high cost of electric bill. And that's the truth. I heard this from e-file in a virtual input. I hope we learn from this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That concludes in-person testimonies. We'll move to the virtual queue. We do have one caller with their hand raised. The original, please begin your comments. You'll have 1 minute.
Kudos, Caesar. It's so true. That's why they're not going to vote this through. That's why they pushed the other item and sided with SDG&E when there's money to be gotten. It's just quite interesting because that doesn't ever go back to the people to, help make up for all of the money that they're charging, and they're overcharging, and they know it because they go in over budget, then they find out, oh, well, we just came in under budget like what we projected, and so we're just going to pocket the rest. And you guys are complicit with that. Like, you sit here and act like you want to do something better for the people, then do something that makes sure that they're not, having more and more money to spend. But you give more taxes, you raise rates, you do everything but save anybody any money. You're driving us into poverty. And it's really sad because you're getting money for doing it. And you know it. And you don't care. And it's just telling that people should pay more attention to who it is that's supposed to represent them.
Thank you. And Chair, that will conclude public comment.
Thank you, Natalie. All right, I see no committee requests to speak to this item, this proposal, so that means no action is taken on the proposal and consideration of the proposal has ended. Before we move to non-agenda public comment, I will thank all of the San Diegans who brought forward proposals, all of the folks who engaged in public comment on today's agenda. For meeting management purposes and with the necessity of beginning the land use and housing meeting at 2 p.m., we will take a maximum of 15 minutes of non-agenda public comment. Natalie, please proceed.
Thank you, Council President. Per Rule 2.7, non-agenda public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are not on the agenda but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the committee. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. Please raise your hand at this time if you do have non-agenda public comment. We do have 3 speaker slips from individuals in chambers. We will begin with Michael Brando, followed by Luis Adams, followed by Lori Saldana. Please approach the lectern. You'll have 2 minutes.
Reminder that I'm council member
Joy Lines and chairing this committee. We have a good agenda today. I'll get right into it. Thank you for joining us. Before we begin, I will pass it over to our interpreter for today's meeting, who will provide an explanation of how to use the interpretation device or access interpretation online.
Announcement from interpreter. To use the interpretation feature, please scroll to the bottom of the Zoom screen where the meeting controls are. Click on the interpretation icon, this the world, and select English as your language. If you are joining through the Zoom mobile app, cell phone, tablet, etc., please press the ellipsis, then interpretation, and then choose your language. Finally, click on mute original audio to not hear the original Spanish flow in the background. Headsets are available for interpretation if you are in the meeting. Please check out a headset from the receptionist in the lobby. Aviso por parte del intérprete. Para hacer uso del servicio de interpretación, favor de desplazarse a la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom, donde aparecen los controles. Haga clic en el icono de interpretación, globo terráqueo, y seleccione Spanish, español. Si está utilizando la aplicación móvil de Zoom, celular, tableta, etc., presione los puntos suspensivos, luego interpretación y luego el idioma. Si no desea escuchar el idioma original en inglés en el fondo, por favor seleccione Mute Original Audio, silenciar el audio original. Contamos con auriculares disponibles para el servicio de interpretación. Si se encuentra en la sala de reunión, favor de pedir auriculares con la recepcionista en el vestíbulo. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And now I'd like to ask Tessa, our clerk, to perform a roll call and confirm if we have a quorum.
Thank you, Chair. We do have a quorum. I will confirm for the record we have a quorum. Chair Lines?
Present.
City of Carlsbad? Karen.
Here.
Sorry, give me 1 second. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rob Effords.
Here.
City of Chula Vista, Todd Phillips.
Here.
City of Coronado, Jesse Brown.
Here.
County of San Diego, Julie Marlette.
Here.
City of Del Mar, absent. City of El Cajon, absent. City of Encinitas, Patty Anders.
Here.
City of Escondido, Oscar Romero.
Here.
City of Imperial Beach, Megan Openshaw.
Here.
City of La Mesa, Lynette Santos.
Here.
City of Lemon Grove is absent. City of National City, Carlos Aguirre.
Here.
City of Oceanside, absent. City of Poway is absent. City of San Diego, Seth Lichteney.
Here.
City of San Marcos, Saima Qureshi.
Here.
City of Santee is absent. City of Solana Beach, Joseph Lim.
Here.
City of Vista is absent. The Air Pollution Control District is absent. Caltrans, Reese Allen.
Here.
San Diego Local Agency Formation Commission, North County Transit District, and MTS are absent. The Regional Airport Authority, Ralph Redmond.
Here.
The County Water Authority, the Port of San Diego, and the Southern California Tribal Chairmen's Association are absent, and that confirms a quorum.
Well, thank you very much. Now we'll review the process, the meeting process that we have. I know we have at least one new member here present today. And so I'll review for everyone and for the new member. As far as the working group, when you'd like to speak, please raise your hand and I will call on you. And Tessa, can you provide a quick reminder of how the public comments will work?
If you're in person and you would like to comment on any one of the agenda items, please submit a speaker slip to me. You can find them in the back of the room or out on the reception desk. And if you're online and you would like to comment on any item, just please raise your hand at the start of the item presentation and you will be called upon. We call on those in person first and then those virtual. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Tessa. And before we leave these introductory welcoming remarks, do any members of the working group have any questions before we continue? Seeing none, we'll go on to item 1, communications, member comments, and public comments. So what we will do is we'll take staff and member comments first, and then we'll go to public comments. First, then, we will hear from our staff, Sandag staff, Sarah, Toma, for brief announcements and reminders.
Thank you, Chair. Again, Sarah Toma, Senior Regional Planner here at Sandag. I am your community liaison. If we haven't met, hi. I'd like to introduce Chesley DeLeon. She's taking over our working group coordinator for Carrie. And I'd just like to give her a little time to present herself.
Thank you, Sarah, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chesley DeLeon. I'm a regional planner here at Sandag. I've been here for over a year now. I'm on the Sustainable Communities team with both Sarah and Carrie. Carrie's been showing me the ropes on being a coordinator for this working group. So I'll be corresponding with you for future meetings, and I look forward to meeting you all and working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome, Chesley.
Thank you, Chesley. We have a upcoming working group with all the working groups to discuss how to make the working groups more effective for staff and to allow them to be better informed, to better inform their leaders. During this workshop, working group members will also discuss future work plans. This idea came from discussion during our board retreat about the working group needing to collaborate better and be more informed about what is being discussed at each meeting. This workshop will be led by an outside facilitator. As of today, there's no set date, but you can anticipate this workshop to occur sometime in May or June. Just keep an eye out for more information. And my last announcement is we just wanted to congratulate Coronado for receiving a complete housing element. And that completes our announcements.
Thank you for those announcements. Congratulations, Coronado. And at this time, I'd like to ask if the working group has any questions about the announcements that Sarah just made. Okay, seeing none. Now, do we have any comments from the public? Clerk?
Thank you. I do have one public comment. The original draw, please go ahead.
Yeah, when we are talking about a sustainable communities and whatnot, and we have an invasion happening on our border and we're doing anything but acknowledging it, we're actually helping facilitate it more and more. And over 45 million people have come into our nation and illegally. Over 500,000 children have disappeared that came unaccompanied, that just disappeared. I don't know how you just lose children like that, or you lose millions of people they just got away, right? But it's like, we're not going to have any kind of a sustainable community when we're engaging in this. We're actually engaging in the destruction of our nation by allowing it to happen and asking, police officers and people that are supposed to stop it to actually stand down and help facilitate it. So I'm wondering what you all think of what's going to happen when, there's more and more of them and we're all fighting for resources and whatnot. I mean, why does it have to be like, who else needs to be murdered in order for this to stop? Does it need to be someone in your family?
And that concludes the public comments on this item.
All right, thank you. Our next item is the consent agenda. We'll proceed with the consent agenda, which will include items 2 and 3. Item 2 is the February 15th meeting minutes, and item 3 is the revised 2024 Sustainable Communities Working Group schedule. The schedule has been revised to change our regular December 19th meeting to December 12th based on direction from the working group. Do we have any comments? My notes say from the public, but I think I ask the working group first. Okay. Any comments from the working group on the consent agenda? None. Okay, thank you. Are there any comments from the public?
I have one public comment on this item, the original draw. Please go ahead.
I just want to say whoever's recording the minutes doesn't do a very good job. It's like, it depends on who's doing it in whatever committee or board or whatever meeting. Sometimes there'll be more of a record of what was spoken about, and other times it'll just say names. So I think it would be beneficial for the public to have a little bit more of a record so that they don't necessarily have to go and watch however long the meetings run for to find out what happens, that it should be something where they can go in and read that and get a summary of what took place, as opposed to just having, words like a name or whatnot. So I don't know who's doing them in the different meetings, but maybe they need to, share notes on how to do better to provide the people with more transparency and more of a record of what takes place in the meeting. So, if they need to get together and someone needs to share what they're doing that is different, that may help, that may benefit the people.
That concludes the public comments.
Okay, yes, thank you. Now we're looking for a motion to approve items 2 and 3. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Todd Phillips from Chula Vista. Is there a second?
Second.
Jesse Brown from Coronado. It's a little bit at an angle, but thank you. Okay, now it looks like we're going to call for a hand raised vote. Is that correct? Okay, everyone in favor, raise your hand. Anyone? Okay, it looks unanimous. Is
there any abstentions?
No abstentions.
And that motion passes.
Thank you. On to item 4, which is the 2025 Regional Plan Draft Sustainable Communities Strategy Land Use Scenarios. Sarah Toma is going to present, and Carrie Simmons and Trueri Fayola are noted as presenting this item.
Thank you, Sherlyn. Again, my name is Sarah Toma, Regional Planner here at Sandag. Carrie and I both will present to you our draft sustainable community strategy, which we'll refer to as SCS. You'll hear that a lot throughout our presentation, through our land use scenario. Just wanted to give a little fair warning. The presentation is a bit lengthy, so just bear with us, but we will do a recap at the end of the presentation. Go ahead, Carrie.
Great. Hi, everybody. Nice to see everyone. Again, my name is Carrie Simmons. I'm a regional planner here at Sandag on our Sustainable Communities team, and Sarah and I have developed this presentation for you and excited to take you through it. So this is our agenda for the day. Again, the focus of this is on our SCS land use scenarios and methodology. Sorry, this thing is... There you go. All right, so we're going to kick it off today with talking about some terminology. Many of you have probably heard it before, but we want to kind of get everyone on the same playing field of what a couple different planning processes are that you'll hear us mention today and how they intersect and how they're different. We're then going to get into some requirements on the SCS so you can kind of understand they're pretty instrumental in how we created our methodology. So we want, for you all to understand what we had to kind of go through to develop this. Then we're going to touch on our timeline, where we've been, how we kicked off this SCS development and where we're going, and also want to highlight the outreach efforts that we've done with all of you to develop it. Then Sarah's going to take over and talk about our draft SCS scenarios and the methodology. We've created some maps that will really help illustrate what these scenarios look like across the region. And finally, like Sarah mentioned, we're going to end in a summary, so you all have some key takeaways to go back and share with your staff, share with your leadership, so everyone's understanding of what the SCS is. So like I mentioned, we're going to start with some terminology. So as I said, these are a couple different planning processes on the screen here that we kind of refer to a lot. And while they are connected, we want to really highlight that they are different processes. So first, which you've all heard of before, is our Series 15 Regional Growth Forecast. This is a demographic and economic forecast that we develop every 4 years for the Regional Transportation Plan. It's the latest in our 4-year cycle. So Series 15 is for the 2025 plan, Series 14 was for the 2021 plan, and in 4 more years, we're going to develop Series 16 for the 2029 plan. And every 4 years, we relook at jurisdiction inputs, use the most updated data, look at ongoing trends. And so that's our forecast. Now we're talking about the SCS, so our Sustainable Community Strategy. This was required by SB 375, and what this really is a land use planning scenario. It's a land use pattern for the regional plan, and we have to adhere to a couple different state standards as we develop it. It's a separate process from our Series 15. However, it's highly informed by the forecasted jobs, housing, and population that come out of the Series 15 forecast. And I also want to mention that A component of it is developing various scenarios, and we really, test them through our models. And that's really what we're going to be presenting on to you all today. And finally, RENA, which you all are very well aware of what RENA is, but it's a plan for addressing an 8-year cycle of housing growth. I mentioned that the forecast and that the SCS is on 4-year cycles. RENA's on an 8-year cycle. And while the SCS and the Series 15 is informed by planning assumptions related to RENA, in no way will Series 15 or the SCS be used in the 7th cycle of RENA. That hasn't started yet. And as I mentioned, we kind of go through a process of updating the forecast. Those numbers in Series 16 is what's going to really be used in the upcoming RENA cycle. So really want to clarify those 3 different processes, again, connected but different. And the other terminology I really want to highlight here is our transportation investment areas. And if you were at our task force meeting, you would have heard this, but these are what used to be called mobility hubs, which were one of the big 5 moves from our previous regional plan. This new regional plan, they're being rebranded to transportation investment areas, or TIAs, which you will also hear us refer to throughout this presentation. So to get into the requirements, as I mentioned, every 4 years, as we update our regional plan, we also update our SCS, which is required by SB 375 and our Air Resources Board. I want to highlight a couple requirements here that you'll see kind of followed throughout as we talk about our methodologies. But one key component of our SES is, it's a land use scenario that when it is combined with our transportation network, it's going to help reduce VMT and GHG in the region. And so that's when you'll start seeing our scenarios where shifting growth around in ways that can really help our region reduce VMT. Another key requirement is that our SCS has to accommodate RENA. And so what this means is that for each jurisdiction's kind of build out capacity assumptions, we have to assume that every jurisdiction can accommodate their RENA. This is important, as I will mention, because while our Series 15 doesn't show the built units in the same time frame as RENA 2029, by the end of the plan, we will have our built unit RENA units. However, each jurisdiction will have their capacity met to build the RENA. And the final requirement that I want to mention is we utilize the most recent planning assumptions. So we looked through the Series 15 process, did a lot of work to confirm assumptions with all of your jurisdictions, and that is what's being used in the SCS. Okay, and now just to kind of get to our timeline. So we kicked off development of these scenarios and the methodology in January. We waited till the Series 15 was completed. That Series 15 was brought to you all in February by our estimates and forecast team. And then we really dove into the SCS. We started developing the SCS by looking at what was done in the 2021 regional plan, which really focused on TIAs and mobility hubs. We also looked at the most recent planning assumptions that we understood from the Series 15 work that was done. We also looked at some recent legislative bills around how we could potentially think about shifting housing in the SCS scenarios. And then finally, we really looked at our initial concept that came out of the 2025 regional plan, which many of you were on some of those calls, but we looked at where future transportation investments would be going and how we could really align that with future growth. So from there in February, we formalized our 3 scenarios and we presented it to the Series 15 task force, which many of you all were at. This task force, as you know, is comprised of local jurisdiction staff, and they've been really instrumental in developing our Series 15 and now our SCS, and we're really grateful for everybody's involvement there. I want to note that that was attended by 18 out of our 19 jurisdictions, so a lot of participation and input. We shared a similar presentation, what we'll be sharing today. Now we just have a little bit more of refined scenarios after we've been able to do some outreach with everybody. After that meeting, we held a couple one-on-ones, which were available by request. We had 8 jurisdictions reach out to us, so we got to have a little bit more of close-up conversations with folks and get a little bit more feedback. We took some of that information and incorporated it into some of these scenarios. And I want to highlight some general things we heard was, an overall consensus on our methodology and approach for this SCS, and really, just getting to talk through people what the SCS means and what it means for their jurisdictions. We heard a lot of interest in just really focusing on aligning our regional land use strategy with the local planning efforts and how to continue doing that with the development of the SCS. And finally, a real need to focus our future growth around where transportation investments are occurring. So we took all of that and made sure we kind of refined our scenarios around some of that feedback. And then throughout March and April now, we're really working to test these scenarios in our transportation land use model and try to start assessing how good they are and successful they are in reducing VMT. So that's essentially what we're going through right now. We're still working to refine these and really understand how successful they're going to be in meeting our GHG goals. And so now today, Sarah's going to take over and talk about our methodology again, some refined scenarios that we've put together. And again, start to show some maps so you can really start to see illustrative wise where some of the growth is going and just get a better understanding of what these scenarios are. So with that, pass it over to Sarah.
Perfect. Thank you, Carrie. So for the 2025 SCS land use, we developed 3 scenarios. Scenario 1 is proposed as a land use scenario input when modeling begins in May for the initial concept network, which will be presented to the board as part of the regional plan in the summer. While scenario 2 and 3, which we have shared with you all at the task force meeting, those are going to be presented to the board as options should they choose to select different land use scenarios to support meeting our GHG targets. So while we are only recommending scenario 1 to the board, we are developing scenario 2 and 3 this early on so we can have land use options to select from should the model outputs for scenario 1 with our initial concept and all the other policy decision doesn't meet our GHG and VMT reduction. This approach also gives us, as well as for your jurisdiction staff through the task force and working group, an opportunity to weigh in on these scenarios should they be presented as an option to the board. Now we'll focus on 3 scenarios, methodology and outputs. So let me see here. There we go. Okay, so here's an overview of the methodology to focus and distribute growth across the region. As determined by the Series 15 Regional Growth Forecast, our region is estimated to add 202.8 thousand housing units between 2002 and 2050. This figure remains constant across each scenario. This methodology on the screen is how we focus growth and redistribute units across the region. As shown on the slide, the model initially incorporated scheduled development or in-progress pipeline project. This information comes from your annual APR through 2022. This data was reviewed and confirmed with staff from each jurisdiction. Scheduled development units consist approximately of 38.3% of that 202.8 thousand forecasted housing stock. Growth equivalent to roughly 52.5 thousand units, and the remaining consists across all scenarios we discussed today. After the model replaces the scheduled development, it allocates the remaining 61.7% of forecasted housing stock growth, amounting to roughly 137,000 units across the region. This distribution is based on jurisdiction's general plan land use assumption confirmed with staff over the summer as part of the Series 15 task force. Scenario 1 stops here, and we skip to steps 3 and 4 because scenario 1 is our land use pattern that meets minimum SCS requirements with the goal of being the most similar to the Series 15 sub-regional growth forecast and very little change from the regional plan, from your general plan. In scenario 2 and 3, we asked ourselves, how could we focus some of that 61.7% of the regional future housing units that is not scheduled development and shift it into focused areas that would result in lower VMT. So for scenario 2 and 3, we focused the future housing growth within TIAs. We looked to focus growth within the locations where residents are already driving less than the regional average, and I'll refer to these as low VMT areas. And then finally, these criteria are inputted into our land use model, generating sub-allocations for job, housing, and population. Both scenario 2 and 3 adhere to these methodologies, with scenario 3 representing a more intensified, denser, and more focused growth scenario compared to scenario 2. So as Carrie mentioned on our terminology slide, I'll briefly describe our TIAs and highlight why they serve as our primary focus areas in the SCS. So in the 2021 regional plan, mobility hubs, now TIAs, were part of Sandag's Big Five moves identified for sustainable growth due to their proximity to transit, future transit investment, and population characteristics, among other data sets looking at existing conditions. So these areas where people live, work, and travel, and are conducive to low VMT because they are meant to be connected areas that include multimodal transportation options to better connect folks to options that do not rely on automobiles. Focusing growth in TIAs will reduce per capita VMT in the region and align with future housing growth with transportation investments. So based on the Series 15 forecast estimates and your general plan assumptions, a majority of the region's future housing growth is actually already identified to occur within these TIAs. And we'll show in a few slides. So therefore, using the TIAs as our focal areas in the SES remains consistent and builds upon your local plans where growth has been identified. So this table outlines the methodologies applied to each draft SCS scenario. The rows on the left are the different requirements and criterias, and the columns are unique to each of the three scenarios. The top three rows are some of the SCS requirements. As Carrie mentioned at the start of the presentation, you'll see each scenario accommodates RENA and aligns with your local planning assumptions. Additionally, as we mentioned, all scenarios include in progress or pipeline scheduled development. It should also be noted that all scenarios consider where housing cannot feasibly go, such as military, environmentally constrained areas, or locally identified criteria that were shared during the Series 15 outreach that we've mentioned before. So now, as we move to the final three rows, you can see how we apply different criteria to scenario 2 and 3 to develop land use patterns that get more focused growth between 2 and 3. For example, you can see scenario 2 focuses growth in all 33 of the TIAs, where scenario 3 uses a selected set of just 13 TIAs that have the majority amount of our defined low VMT areas. And this approach is driven by attempting to achieve the most VMT reduction. Further, while scenario 2 defines low VMT areas as equal to or below the regional average VMT of 17 miles per capita, scenario 3 uses a threshold of even lower than the regional average and focuses growth in areas 15 miles per capita or less. And finally, while scenario 2 includes densification and land use changes, they are limited to just the urban core, whereas scenario 3 assumes some level of densification across the 13 selected MOHUBs, with the urban core included even more densification than the other TIAs. So as a result, scenario 3 can be thought of as the best attempt to create a scenario to get the most VMT reduction as a result of the land use. Now that you have an overview of the three scenarios methodologies and how they differ, I will now go into each scenario and share some maps to illustrate how these scenarios result changes in future housing growth. So as we've mentioned, scenario 1 meets minimal requirements of the SCS with the goal of being most similar to the Series 15 forecast presented to the working group in February, and scenario 1 is intended to closely mirror your general plan assumptions. And then these assumptions were thoroughly reviewed with your staff over the summer as part of the Series 15 development. There are minor differences with our scenario 1 than the Series 15 sub-regional forecast, and that is a result of a couple of jurisdictions provided build-out capacity below the RENA determination for the Series 15 forecast work, so we updated that information to include it. And then this change resulted in a very minor shift across the region, with almost all jurisdictions differ less than 0.05% than their Series 15 sub-regional forecast numbers. So these numbers were presented to the Series 15 task force. Again, scenario 1 is proposed to be the land use scenario input when modeling begins in May for the initial concept network. So I'll now illustrate where this growth in scenario 1 is actually going. And over the next slide, you'll see as I click through, you'll see a series of maps. And we'll start with the base map here, which is the 2022. And I'm sorry if it's a little bit harder probably to see on our big screen, but maybe you can zoom in on your iPads. And this represents existing housing units on the ground today. And then as we click through, you'll see it'll kind of fade away, and then you'll see the dark dots appear. And maybe I'll do it again just so like this is the 2022, and then it fades away. And then these are the growth. And then this represents the additional housing growth region that will add by 2035. And then today we're focused on the 2035 because this is the GHG reduction year we look at for the SB 375 requirements. So while we noted we did not apply a methodology to focus growth in scenario 1, we wanted to include this slide to highlight that under scenario 1. What can be considered business as usual by 2035, roughly 79% of the housing growth is anticipated to occur within the identified TIA. Because scenario 1 mirrors your general plan, this means that your local plans would organically result in almost 80% of future growth occurs in a TIA. This is important because the state requires us to consider local plans and policies when developing the SCS. This map indicates that your jurisdiction desired growth pattern based off your general plan is already in line with SANDAG's identified areas of sustainable growth. We are excited to see the results because this highlights alignments between regional and local planning efforts in the region and without applying any methodology to shift the growth. And then this slide speaks to a regional summary for scenario 1. Each of the scenarios, we will look at a similar set of maps, and you will notice these regional similarities differ a bit. The 3 highlighted TIAs indicate in TIA within the most regional share of growth. As you can see, the urban core makes up roughly 24% of the regional growth. Mission Valley makes up 9%. Otay Ranch makes up 7.7%. And this is essentially identical with what occurs in a Series 15 forecast. So as we mentioned, scenario 2 is now shifts all future housing growth that is not pipeline projects into the TIAs. You'll notice we have also included a County of San Diego's development feasibility area and Poway's smart growth areas. This was a result of coordination with these jurisdictions who lack TIAs to identify sustainable, locally identified areas for growth to achieve VMT reduction. Although not displayed on this map, growth is specifically focused in areas that are below the regional VMT within the TIA. And additionally, we made some densification changes solely in the urban core in the city of San Diego. No other TIAs or jurisdiction have land use changes or densification occur in scenario 2. So again, we'll now click through the mapping kind of exercise. And then, so again, this is the scenario 2 regional housing growth 2022. And then the base year will fade away. And then you'll see the dark blue pop up representing the future housing units are occurring. And then you'll see just a little change to see what is happening is growth is now shifting into the TIAs, those county DFAs area and some into Poway smart growth areas. Now, as we layer on the scenario 2, oops, I apologize, I skipped one. There we go. Now, as we layer on scenario 2 boundaries, you can see more closely how the dark areas representing denser housing growth are occurring within identified TIAs. So looking at the summary for the regional scenario, for the region, scenario 2 now has roughly 91% of future housing growth occurring in our TIA areas. This is an increase of about 12% from scenario 1, meaning that 12% of future growth from outside a TIA moved inside of the TIA. This is a result of our methodology for scenario 2. And then notice the TIA taking up a higher percentage of the region's growth. The top 4 of the TIAs take up 54% of the regional growth by 2035. The urban core now went from taking up 24% of the region growth to 30.2%. Mission Valley TIA increased roughly 6% of the regional share. Otay Ranch increased to about 8.1% of the regional share. And Oceanside also increased a bit to about 6.2%. We did want to share, we did have initial sensitivity test results. They're very fresh. So we did want to share that with you that roughly, we got about for scenario 2, could give us roughly a 0.4% VMT per capita reduction. So as shown in our methodology, scenario 3 is the most focused scenario. You'll notice we have selected 13 of the TIA network, which represent the TIAs that have the lowest VMT in our region. You also notice scenario 3 does not include DFA or the Poway smart growth areas. These 13 TIAs were selected based off of a data-driven process to identify which of the 33 TIAs had 50% or less low VMT areas. And we have also applied a lower VMT threshold and have focused growth specifically in areas where residents drive even less than the regional average, which is the 15 miles per capita. And then finally, the scenario increased densities across all the selected TIAs and applies some of the land use changes based on state laws that convert certain land uses into residential. You'll notice that regionally, this methodology made some shifts in which TIAs now take up the larger share of the growth. And while all 13 selected TIAs have some densification and land use changes, the urban core has the most. So again, I'll click through a couple of the maps. And again, this shows the scenario 3 regional housing growth 2022. And then as it fades away, you'll see it'll pop up with the darker blue representing future housing units occurring by 2035. And then now we layer on a scenario 3 boundaries, and you can see more closely how the darker areas representing denser housing growth and is occurring within our more focused TIA and shifting away from other TIA identified in the previous scenario. I'm almost done, I promise. Looking at the summary for our region, scenario 3 results in 92% of the growth occurring in a TIA. When looking at the 13 focused TIA, roughly 71% of the future growth has been shifted here by 2035. You also may notice that some of the top growing TIA have switched from previous scenarios. This is a result of our methodology, looking at TIAs that give us the strongest VMT reduction. These 3 TIAs listed as urban core, Escondido, Kearny Mesa, and they now take up 52% of future growth housing. 52% of future regional housing growth by 2035. And then the urban core takes up about 40% in scenario 3, Escondido takes up 7.1%, and Kearny Mesa takes up 6.1%. And during our outreach, we had concerns related to scenario 3 regarding the AFFH and concentration of housing in the southern part of the county. Also based on the initial model sensitivity results, scenario 3 results in very similar reduction to VMT per capita as compared to scenario 2, meaning that future concentration growth into a very limited number of TIAs does not result in reducing VMT within our region. So this concludes our presentation today. I know I threw a lot of information at you. It's a lot of info. And we wanted to make sure we provide all of it. So we wanted to leave you with some key takeaways to help you share information back with your staff or with leadership. So for scenario 1, that is the proposed land use scenario input that we're going to be using when modeling begins in May, and will be brought to the board as part of the overall regional plan modeling results update. The scenario closely resembles the scenario 15 regional growth forecast, suballocation of housing, population, and jobs. And it very closely, again, mirrors your general plan and land use assumptions. Scenario 2 and 3 have been developed as, again, as an alternative land use scenario, as options that could be presented to the board should they choose to select different land uses to support meeting our GHG target. Scenario 2 and 3 focuses growth in the transportation investment areas, which is our TIAs. One or both options could be presented to the board pending our discussion today and refinement to the initial model results. So jurisdiction forecasted growth will not exceed general plan capacities or 6-cycle RENA allocation in the scenarios. Across all scenarios, all jurisdictions receive some level of housing growth. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you all.
Well, thank you very much. That was a really deep and broad presentation that you handled very quickly. So I would imagine there's some questions from the working group, and we'll start with that. Do we have any comments or questions from the working group? Just raise your hand. Yes, Joseph.
Yeah, Joe Lim, City of Solana Beach. Just for some clarification, between scenario 2 and 3, if I remember correctly, when we had our one-on-ones, so the focus growth and transportation investment areas, those TIAs in 2 are fewer in scenario 3 than scenario 2. So, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And I think you mentioned that there's intensification or densification in scenario 3, correct?
Yes,
of those
that is correct.
TIAs.
Mhm.
There's no intensification in scenario 2, though?
Only in
Or
the
does-
urban core. We have
Only
them in the urban core, but nowhere else.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes, Seth, I saw your hand next.
Thank you so much. And Sarah, thank you for bringing up the concern on affirmatively furthering fair housing. I think I remain concerned about option 3 being presented to the board as an option. And it really stems from an idea that downstream of the SCS and the land use scenario is RENA and future RENA and also then future housing elements, which the state of California has made very clear need to affirmatively further fair housing. So I think my suggestion would be as option 3 is presented to the board, make sure that they're aware that there are potential issues with the allocation of housing being concentrated in lower resource areas, mainly places that are south of Interstate 8. And potentially, I'm curious if there's any way that there could maybe be a fair housing adjustment that was attached to that, or that could be looked into should the board decide that option 3 is its preferred SCS scenario. So I'd put that out there as an option, but at least make the board aware of potential conflicts. And then kind of stemming from that as well, I would say if there's any option to talk with the Air Resources Board about the conflict of where we locate housing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and where we locate housing to further fair housing is very often in conflict. And I know they're looking for a specific target to be met for greenhouse gas reductions. But that can be very difficult when you're also trying to further fair housing, which may require putting more densification in places that maybe doesn't have the current access to transit that is needed for an SCS. So thank you for the presentation.
Very good comments. Are there any other comments from the working group? Yes, Rob.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Carrie and Sarah, for your presentation. I have 2 questions that are more just logistic. One is, I see in the maps that the dots, the heat map of sorts, does say a number of units associated with the dots, but when could we expect a table of maybe the units per jurisdiction or